Chapter 45-58. A middle god? I didn't expect there to be a middle god in the void of the 9 prefectures. Isn't the great god of the spirit nation the most powerful? This change shocked the old man, but Xianxia suddenly laughed. Don't think that a middle god can protect you. If I, Xianxia, want you dead, it will be as easy as flipping my hand. This is the great Tao, and no one can surpass it. Is that so? Lin Ling didn't comment and nodded at Shengyi. Dong. Shengyi didn't say anything. The Eastern Emperor bell in his hand let out a deafening sound. It was as if everything was reborn. Crack. 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 The endless mysterious power that lingered in the void of the 9 prefectures stirred and revealed its true form. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a swastika. Dong! At this moment, the second bell rang, and all the swastikas shattered. The mysterious power hidden in the bodies of countless people in the void of the 9 prefectures began to stir. Dong! When the third bell rang, everyone felt their bodies relax, as if a chronic illness had been cured. The mysterious power that invaded their bodies had vanished. What is this? How can it break the great Tao horizon shackles? The faces of the gods above the gale changed. They didn't expect someone in the void of the 9 prefectures to be able to break their divine ability. For a moment, they panicked. Lin Ling saw their changing emotions and sneered. Not only did I break your great Tao horizon shackles, but I also want to capture you. Shengyi, attack. Dong. A huge ancient bell suddenly appeared above Xianxia and the others and suppressed them with a domineering force. Eastern Emperor Bell. Under the ancient bell, the old man's eyes trembled violently. He finally had a guess, but the more he confirmed it, the more shocked he was. At this moment, they were no longer as arrogant as before. Who are you? The old man stared at Shengyi. However, before Shengyi could speak, a voice suddenly drifted over. This person is the successor of the Eastern Emperor Tai. His name is Shengyi. Not long ago, I heard about his appearance in the Chaos Realm. I didn't expect him to be one of Lei Gong Lin Ling's men. Crackle. In the distance, flames billowed into the sky as rolling clouds of fire surged over. Upon closer inspection, a huge palm leaf fan appeared there. On the palm leaf fan, a large number of gods had their hands behind their backs as they stepped on the palm leaf fan. Lantern Heart. Looking at this group of people, Xianxia and the others gritted their teeth. It was obvious that although they came from the same divine gate, their relationship was not very good. You can't even do such a small thing well. You're a disgrace to Burning Heart. If it weren't for the fact that we're kindred spirits, would have taught you a lesson. A domineering voice came from the banana fan. The one who spoke was a Buddha. His brows twitched as the banana fan beneath his feet floated up and swept forward. Crash! Endless raging flames appeared and coiled around the raging winds, as if they wanted to help Xianxia and the others. However, the Donghuang bell in the sky was indeed a domineering chaos divine artifact. It was able to resist the raging flames. This change made the Buddha frown. He suddenly shouted at Xianxia and the others, "What are you waiting for? The Donghuang bell is one of the 10 great chaos divine artifacts. Although that kid has rough control over it, with the power of a chaos divine artifact, it's not something we can resist." Alright. Under the raging winds, Xianxia and the other experts unleashed their full strength to resist the suppression of the Donghuang bell. However, after the 2 gods used their full strength, the Donghuang bell seemed to be enraged. It shook violently as an ancient door appeared on the Donghuang bell. It was majestic as if it had opened the door to the primordial world. This was the door to heaven. An earth-shattering power flowed out of the gate of the heaven realm. It was so terrifying that it could easily destroy the void universe. The Donghuang bell is said to be the most domineering. Those who don't have the bloodline of the Donghuang can't control it. Now that I've seen it, it's truly terrifying. The Buddha's expression turned grave as an arrow appeared in his hand. Although he was reluctant to part with it, he still gritted his teeth and threw it out. Hou-yi shooting sun arrow. The arrow was slow at first, but in the blink of an eye, its speed exploded as it shot towards the Donghuang bell with endless flames. Dong! The arrow landed on the Donghuang bell and a deafening sound was heard. Then, the arrow shattered, causing the Buddha and the other gods' eyes to tremble violently. The Hou-yi shooting sun arrow was also an extremely rare treasure. It was also a chaos divine artifact. However, it could not withstand a single blow from the Donghuang bell. It would be a lie if the Buddha said that he was not heartbroken when such a precious treasure was destroyed. After all, the treasure did not belong to him. It was lent to him by a great god. Now that it was destroyed, he did not know how to explain it to his great god. However, the arrow was not useless. At least, it caused the Donghuang bell to tilt a little. The mouth of the bell was not aimed at Zhai Xing and the others. At least, it allowed Zhai Xing and the other experts to escape. Although the mouth of the Donghuang bell was tilted, the door to heaven on the ancient bell was still open. The destructive aura was even more terrifying. Saint Guyi retrieved the Donghuang bell immediately. Seeing this, Lin Ling hurriedly said. He had a feeling that Saint Guyi could only use 1% of the Donghuang bell's power. Now that the destructive power was about to appear, the Donghuang bell would be out of Saint Guyi's control. The final outcome would be the destruction of the void in all of Jiuzhou. In fact, that was indeed the case. At this moment, Saint Guyi's face was a little pale and he could not control the Donghuang bell. However, after hearing Lin Ling's words, he immediately nodded and muttered something. Ancient words formed in front of him. Then, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood on those words. The ancient words quietly bloomed with light, causing the Donghuang bell in the distance to sway continuously, as if it was unwilling to give up. In the end, due to the power of Saint Guyi's bloodline, the door to heaven slowly closed. Thank goodness. Saint Guyi said. With a wave of his right hand, the Donghuang bell flew back to him shakily. How terrifying. How could the Donghuang Tai allow that kid to control such a forbidden item? It's a pity that the Donghuang bell is not controlled by the Donghuang royal bloodline. Otherwise, would have already taken it. The Buddha said enviously after witnessing the power of the Donghuang bell. When he thought about how he had wasted a chaos divine artifact, his heart bled again. There were a total of 10 sun shooting arrows, and the heart of lanterns only had 2. Now, he had destroyed one of them. According to legend, these descendants could easily kill any intermediate celestial with their sun shooting arrows. If they were paired with Hou-yi's sun shooting bow, they could even kill an upper celestial. If he had known that the Donghuang bell was so powerful, he would not have helped the heart of lanterns. Lei Gong Lin Ling. Then, the Buddha glared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to tear Lin Ling into pieces. Chapter 45-59. The Buddha has decreed that we must take away Lei Gong Lin Ling today no matter what. Just as they were dumbfounded, more experts arrived in the distant sky. This time, the experts who appeared were on foot, but their auras were monstrous. The person in the lead was wearing battle armor, and he seemed to be stronger than the Buddha because the Buddha's expression changed when he saw this person. The man in divine armor held a pagoda in his hand, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. Bai Shan's men. The Buddha and Zhai Xing said at the same time. Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian were all here for Lin Ling. This news shocked all the gods in the void of the 9 states. They couldn't understand how a mere Lin Ling could attract the attention of the ancient great gods of the Chaos realm. Could it be that Lin Ling had a powerful background? On the contrary, Lin Ling was not surprised by this scene. Previously, there were experts from the chaotic realm who wanted to capture him on the Divine Mountain. Now that the 3 divine gates had appeared together, this was a very normal thing. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't worried. In his opinion, if the ancient great gods of the Chaos Realm wanted to capture him, there would be other ancient great gods who would help him. Just like in the country of eternity, there was a mysterious ancient great god who helped him through a life and death crisis. With the help of Xian Env of the Nine Heavens, Lin Ling knew that he, Lin Ling, was not a nameless person in the Chaos Realm. Sir, don't worry, there will be ancient great beasts to help you. While Lin Ling was thinking, Shengyi secretly transmitted a message to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded. Shengyi seemed to have left for the Chaos Realm, and he probably knew a lot of things. Lin Ling suddenly felt that Shengyi still treated him as an adult. One was because of old friendship, and the other was because someone had asked him to help him, just like Xian Env of the Nine Heavens. Bai Shan, Burning Heart, and Deng Xian are all bullshit to me. Putting away his thoughts, Lin Ling looked at Bai Shan and the other experts with contempt. His expression was full of disdain. This guy, is he crazy? Upon hearing Lin Ling's torrent of abuse, all the gods were flabbergasted. Anyone could see that the gods of Bai Shan and the others could wipe out gods as easily as flipping their hands. Furthermore, they were from the primal chaos world, so how dare a trifling Lin Ling insult them? Lin Ling, as expected of Lei Gong. Just the thought of his violent temper was frightening. You're courting death. As expected, Bai Shan and the other elites were enraged. Any one of them could obliterate the entire Great Hall of Lei Gong, not to mention so many of them. Although the kid who controlled the Donghuang Bell was also very powerful, they could tell that it was difficult for the kid to control the Donghuang Bell now. Don't you feel ashamed? They thought that they were from the primal chaos realm and could strut around in the void of the 9 prefectures, but what happened in the end? None of us died. Instead, your treasures were destroyed and you're in such a sorry state. Are you guys invited here by the primal chaos realm to make fun of you? Lin Ling said again. Since there would be experts coming out sooner or later, there was no need for him to be afraid. He could scold them as much as he wanted to let them know that he, Lin Ling, was not that easy to catch. What a foul mouth. Lin Ling's words were not only vicious, but they also hit the nail on the head. Do you really think that I won't dare to kill you? The Buddha from the Lamp Heart was the most furious. Among the 3 divine gates, he had paid the greatest price. Even the Hou-Yi sun shooting arrow was destroyed. Fan, come. He waved his right hand, and the flaming fan floated over. He looked at Lin Ling and swept it fiercely. Incomparably terrifying divine energy surged over. There were at least millions of them. This fan was capable of burning the heavens and the earth. Huh, I thought you were strong. This young master is standing right here. Let's see if you can kill me. Facing the terrifying divine energy of millions of divine energy, Lin Ling was secretly shocked, but he was not afraid. Yenfo, don't kill him. After the Buddha attacked, Bai Shan and Burned Heart's people anxiously shouted. Although they hated Lin Ling to death, they still remembered the Buddha's order. They had to bring back Lin Ling alive. Now that the Buddha was angry, he might even kill Lin Ling. This guy really wants to see the world in chaos. White Water Pure Maiden shook her head as she stared at the incoming flames. At this moment, she seemed to have a deeper understanding of Lin Ling. It turned out that this guy's arrogance towards her wasn't targeted at her, but rather, this guy was arrogant towards everyone. One had to know that there was more than one mid-celestial on the other side. There were 2 who were even stronger than her. If they really fought, she and Shengyi would not be able to protect Lin Ling. Especially Shengyi, who was obviously exhausted and could not control the Donghuang Bell. Bai Shui took a step forward. Her robe fluttered, and she lightly slapped out with her palm. The water of the heavenly river overflowed, mixed with terrifying divine energy, and turned into a huge water god. This water god was incomparably strong, and its long hair was like a raging river. It was imposing without being angry, and it also slapped out with its palm. Rumble. As if the absolute power of water and fire collided, the entire void continued to explode. After the water and fire merged, terrifying steam turned into a mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. The temperature was so terrifying that even a lower celestial would be vaporized if they got close. Stinking woman, you have some skills. Wait for me to blow your heart out. The Buddha roared, and with both hands holding the huge fan, he swept it fiercely. As if the wind was supported by the fire, flames rushed through the heavenly river and enveloped Bai Shui's body, burning continuously. What a powerful talent. She's at least a second-grade mid-celestial. Bai Shui's eyes were solemn. A curtain of water flowed down from her body, constantly resisting the flames outside her body. It was obvious that she was having a hard time resisting the flames. However, in the eyes of the gods, they were secretly feeling lucky for Lin Ling. If not for Bai Shui by his side, Lin Ling would definitely not be able to escape death by now. Slaves, damn it. I want to have a dozen slaves like this. Thinking of how Lin Ling addressed Bai Shui as Bai Shui's pure maiden, the gods were envious. Today, Lin Ling did not show any strength at all. At most, he exchanged a blow with Patriarch Bull Demon, and all the external enemies were either dealt with by the slaves. How could they not be envious? Let's see how you block another move. The Buddha saw that Bai Shui was having a hard time resisting and sneered. He first stared at Lin Ling, wanting to see Lin Ling's panicked and regretful expression. However, it did not matter if he did not see it. Who knew that Lin Ling was not flustered at all? Instead, he had his hands behind his back with a calm expression. Die for me. The Buddha was furious. His hands madly waved the fan. Now, he wanted to see how Lin Ling blocked it. Hee, Lin Ling, did you know that I would come? You're so calm. You really think I'm a hired thug? At this moment, a powerhouse finally arrived. A sword slashed down. The light was resplendent. It did not seem to be terrifying, but it revealed its sharpness and actually cut the ferocious fan in half. In the blink of an eye, beside the Buddha, a handsome man in a Daoist robe held a sword with one hand and hung it over the Buddha's neck. Chapter 45-60. When the man appeared, all the gods fell silent. This was because none of them had sensed his arrival. Even the pagoda-bearing general hadn't sensed his arrival. As for the Buddha whose fan had been cut in half, his eyes were trembling. Compared to the others, he was more aware of the strength of the man in front of him. For a moment, the void of the 9 provinces seemed to churn with monstrous waves. Among everyone, only Lin Ling recognized the man because he was the Daoist pure son he had met once in the Kingdom of Eternity. He was also known as the Sword Ancestor, Lu Dongbin. During the era of the gods, he was known as Heavenly Venerate Wondrous Tao. Lin Ling, long time no see. However, you should have guessed that an ancient god would come, right? That's why you seem so calm. The man's long hair fluttered elegantly as he looked at Lin Ling with a faint smile. I was only guessing. If no savior had come, I wouldn't have been able to escape death. Lin Ling said helplessly. However, Daoist Pure Son shook his head because he didn't believe Lin Ling's words. This was because Lin Ling had been helped several times by the ancient gods of the primal chaos realm. Unless Lin Ling was an idiot, how could he not have noticed? Therefore, Lin Ling must have guessed that an ancient god would come to the primal chaos realm this time. In that case, the person who helped Lin Ling would definitely come as well. So he is the true ancient god. Watching Lin Ling and the man talk, the various gods had their own guesses. Today had been full of twists and turns. In the end, the ancient god turned out to be a sword immortal who seemed ordinary but had a sharp edge. Daoist Pure Son. At the same time, the pagoda-bearing general also spoke in a low voice. His expression became more solemn. Clearly, he recognized the former and knew how powerful he was. Since the birth of the will of the world, the Age of Gods has experienced 3 great calamities. Under these 3 great calamities, there are not many gods left from the ancient era. Especially after the twilight of the gods, only 10% of the gods were left. Now, most of them are in the primal chaos realm. I am very surprised that the successor of the protector of the cult has joined the Buddha god's side. Daoist Pure Sun said as he looked at the tower-bearing general. Be it Buddhism or Taoism, they will all return to the same place. The general who carried the pagoda laughed. Daoist Pure Sun nodded and continued, I only have one purpose in coming here today. Now that the primal chaos realm is being devoured day by day, the storm of the world consciousness is making a comeback. Our position is in jeopardy, so I want to take them in and see if there's any chance of turning things around. Are they qualified? Speaking of that place, General Tower's expression changed. He frowned and said, you should know that not just anyone is qualified to enter that place. It takes a lot of effort to enter. Therefore, those who can enter must have absolute qualifications. Even I don't have such qualifications. Go. If I say they do, then they do. Daoist Pure Sun withdrew his sword and smiled. You only represent the people behind you. It doesn't mean that the entire chaos realm will agree. The tower-bearing general snorted coldly. I know that, but what if I use the key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace to exchange for it? Daoist Pure Sun suddenly said something that would shock everyone to death. The key to the 8th level of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. The pagoda-bearing general's eyes narrowed, and so did Buddha and Star-Plucking Star. They all looked at Daoist Pure Sun as if to ask how he knew the key to the 8th level. If you agree, I have a way to take out the key. You should know that this key only appears in the void of the 9 continents. The big shots of the chaos realm can't enter the void of the 9 continents, so they can't obtain the key. Now that I'm taking the initiative to hand it over, I'm sure the big shots behind you will be very happy. They'll help me this time. Daoist Pure Sun said again. At this time, the eyes of the generals flickered as if they were contemplating. Meanwhile, Lin Ling and the others were listening quietly. They had heard some news. The primal chaos realm was not as good as they had imagined. It was chaotic there, as if there was a powerful force devouring the entire primal chaos realm. All the gods were powerless to protect themselves. Perhaps this was the reason why the chaos realm had its sights set on the void of the 9 continents. However, for some unknown reason, the primordial beasts of the chaos realm couldn't casually enter the void of the 9 continents. It could be assumed that Daoist Pure Sun's group had spent a lot of effort to come here. After 3 waves of calamity, only 10% of the gods were left. Lin Ling thought. He didn't expect the chaos realm's calamity to be even greater than the void of the 9 continents. I agree on behalf of Bai Shan, but there are 2 conditions. First, we have to take away Lei Gong Lin Ling. Second, we have to bring back all the world wills in the void of the 9 continents. At this moment, General Toda finally came to a decision. I agree on behalf of Burning Heart. I agree on behalf of Deng Xian. Buddha and Zhai Xing nodded as well. We can't agree to either of these conditions. Right now, all the gods in the chaos realm are paying attention to the world wills. If we leave them in the void of the 9 continents, we can still observe their every move. If we bring them back to the chaos realm, the consequences will be unimaginable. If the world wills are devoured, the storm will be even more terrifying. Daoist Pure Sun firmly refused. Damn it! General Tower and the others cursed inwardly. Unfortunately, they weren't as strong as Daoist Pure Sun and couldn't resist at all. Buddha had no choice but to comply with Daoist Pure Sun's wishes. However, he immediately said, then can we take away Lei Gong Lin Ling? That won't do either. Daoist Pure Sun still shook his head. Why? Lin Ling isn't a world will's host. He's just a minor god in the void of the 9 continents. Since when did you, Daoist Pure Sun, have the right to control him? Zhai Xing narrowed his eyes and said furiously. This wouldn't do, that wouldn't do. They hadn't accomplished a single goal in coming to the void of the 9 continents. Although I don't have the right to control Lei Gong Lin Ling, you don't seem to have the right either. Moreover, if you can answer me, what do you want Lin Ling to do? If your answer is good, I'll let him go. Daoist Pure Sun looked indifferently at the 3 divine gates. This. The 3 divine gates opened their mouths, but they couldn't answer. This was because they had only received an order. In reality, they didn't know why they had to take away Lin Ling. Of course, they were still unwilling. However, at this moment, a mysterious fluctuation entered their ears. Their eyes flickered, but they all nodded in the end. Fine, we only want the key to the 8th floor of the 8 gods' heavenly palace. If you hand it over, we agree to open that place and let people in. Chapter 45-61. Since that's the case, I'll agree on behalf of my side. Now that all of you have agreed, we still need the other primordial beasts to agree. Fortunately, all of them agreed before I came here. In the end, only you guys are left. Daoist Pure Sun nodded and walked towards Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling, I want all of you to enter a secret realm. This secret realm has existed since the beginning of the world. It's one of the primordial chaos, but when the calamity of the worlds will arrived, it collapsed and was maintained by the life force of a primordial god. In the end, that primordial god fused with the secret realm. This secret realm is of great importance, and none of you can miss it. Daoist Pure Sun looked at Lin Ling's group and said, however, it's very difficult to enter because that primordial beast is already asleep. If you want to enter, you'll need the power of several primordial gods to open it. Once you enter, you'll be able to enter and exit as you please. Once you enter, the realm will recognize you, so the qualification to enter is extremely precious. Since the ancient era, countless descendants of gods have entered. The eyes of Lin Ling's group flickered at Daoist Pure Sun's words. A secret realm that had existed since the ancient era, controlled by a primordial beast? Most importantly, countless descendants of gods had entered the secret realm until now. Could it be that Daoist Pure Sun wanted them to enter so that they could increase their strength? What's the name of this secret realm? Lin Ling immediately asked. The Dao Realm. Daoist Pure Sun took a deep breath and said solemnly. It was clear that this secret realm was more mysterious than they had imagined. Okay, I agree. Lin Ling nodded and looked at Yu Yu's group. Yu Yu's group nodded as well. This time, the Dao realm was opened because of the key to the 8th floor of the 8 gods' celestial palace. You must seize this opportunity and enter as many people as you can. There are no conditions for this. The Dao realm only restricts those from the primordial chaos, such as me and them. Daoist Pure Sun continued as he stared at Lin Ling, his eyes flickering. However, Lin Ling heard Daoist Pure Sun's voice. Lin Ling, the Dao realm also has the world's will. You must be careful. Bai Shan's group is a bit strange. You must be careful of them as well. Lin Ling's expression didn't change as he quietly replied, although I don't know why they're looking for me, I have a feeling that they're related to the world's will. What? Daoist Pure Sun was astonished. Why are you so sure? He asked solemnly. Back when I was at the foot of the sacred mountain, I obtained the stone tablet that was the host of the world will. However, when I wanted to investigate it, a powerful force destroyed the stone tablet. Before the stone tablet was destroyed, I vaguely saw the words White Mountain. This was interpreted by the great gods of the spirit nation. So that's how it is. Daoist Pure Sun's eyes flickered with an even deeper graveness as he continued, the master behind the 3 divine gates is no small matter. Without any evidence, we don't dare to rashly investigate. Don't tell anyone else about this. I can only tell you that the primordial chaos is currently in the middle of a storm. Being swept by the storm of the world will, the ancient giant gods are fighting against it. This has caused them to be unable to leave. However, one of the ancient giant gods told us that he saw the future, and you are the key to it. This is also the reason why we're helping you. Although we don't know what demonic power you have to make that primordial god so certain, this is all we know. However, you said that the 3 divine gates of White Mountain are related to the world's will. Perhaps they have sensed something and wanted to take you away. Lin Ling inwardly nodded at Daoist Pure Sun's words. Only now did he know how terrifying the world's will host was. The great god of Spirit Nation was only a strand of hair. The powerful world's will host had already invaded the ancient era. Right, I have the key to the 8th floor of the 8 God Celestial Palace. Should I give it to them? Lin Ling said in a low voice. What? You also have a key? Daoist Pure Sun was shocked once more. The key he handed over before was clearly not Lin Ling's, but he immediately shook his head. No need. The 8th floor of the 8 God Celestial Palace has a stone tablet recording the next world's will host. This matter is of great importance. If we can find out who the host is, we can completely control it. As for the key you left behind, I reckon it's different from the other key. The key I'm talking about came from Daoist Myriad Treasures. Okay. Lin Ling replied. He didn't expect that although the primordial god didn't interfere, he had been controlling the world's will hosts all this time, including the great god of Spirit Nation. Okay, prepare the people. Remember, your strength must reach the realm of gods. After entering, if you can't hold on, you can immediately withdraw from the Dao realm and enter again after your strength has increased. Daoist Pure Sun finally said this before slowly walking towards General Tower Bearing and the others. Although they were quietly waiting, they seemed to be secretly chatting. Daoist Pure Sun arrived in front of them and nodded. He then looked at Daoist Myriad Treasures and said, Daoist Myriad Treasures, hand over your key. Hehe, with so many ancient great gods here, I don't dare to disobey. Daoist Myriad Treasures had been quietly waiting. He smiled and waved his right hand. A ray of light fell into Daoist Pure Sun's hand and turned into a pentagram-like key. Lin Ling carefully looked at it and confirmed that it was different from the key he had. But then, he glanced at Daoist Myriad Treasures and suddenly had a feeling that Daoist Myriad Treasures seemed to have foreseen this scene long ago. As such, he felt that Daoist Myriad Treasures was even more mysterious. Looking at Daoist Pure Sun, he immediately made a few copies of the key and threw them to General Tower Bearing and the others. Let's begin. General Tower Bearing took the key and nodded. At the same time, a huge whirlpool began to appear in the sky. Wind and clouds surged, and it was very terrifying. The whirlpool was so big that it seemed to cover the entire sky. As the ferocious dark clouds churned, it gave people the feeling that they were going to devour the entire universe. Even though the vortex didn't emit any sound, both the gods and the cultivators felt their hearts rumble at this moment, and a wave of majestic might silently enveloped their entire bodies. What kind of power is this? Someone muttered, his voice trembling. Unfortunately, no one answered him. They only stared at the sky. Although they were afraid, they were unwilling to part with their eyes. It was as if the whirlpool had a magical power that attracted thousands of gazes. Chapter 45-62. A new wave of energy arrived. It was as if a pair of large hands were tearing apart the vortex, causing the originally quiet vortex to start churning once again. The vortex also became bigger and bigger, as if it was a heavenly eye. Plop. Plop. Although the vortex was still silent, the rumbling in people's hearts grew louder. Open the way. At this time, another voice sounded. It was dignified and divine. The vortex in the sky grew bigger and the rolling sea of clouds seemed to have no end. Puff. The warriors of the 9 states began to vomit blood and retreat with pale faces. They tried to leave this terrifying scene, but no matter where they went, they could not escape the huge vortex in the sky. Open the way. But at this time, another voice sounded. Open the way. Next, several voices sounded in succession. At this moment, those who did not have the strength of a god vomited blood and retreated with pale faces. However, although this kind of pressure was enormous, it was not life-threatening. In fact, under this kind of pressure, some cultivators were even able to smoothly break through to the next realm. Of course, the prerequisite was that they had to withstand the pressure of the heavenly Tao. Rumble. When the huge vortex stopped growing, a rumbling sound was finally heard. Endless gales blew down from the sky. If one were to stand in the myriad worlds at this moment, they would be horrified to find that a huge eye had appeared in the sky above the 9 states. Lin Ling, go in. Daoist Pure Sun's voice came from the gale. Remember, the moment you enter the Tao realm, you will also be an ancient god. Okay. Lin Ling looked at the people behind him and did not say anything else. Whoever wanted to enter would follow. He took the lead and shot toward the vortex in the sky. From afar, it looked like an arrow shooting toward the Tao realm. But soon, a beautiful tail appeared behind him. It was the people of Lei Gong's palace. Can we also enter the Tao realm? The eyes of the Curishan and the others flickered. Seeing Daoist Pure Sun nod, they led the other gods and shot toward the vortex in the sky. Behind them, the eyes of the other gods flickered and they also rushed toward the sky. They did not want to miss this ancient opportunity because they had also heard Daoist Pure Sun say that after entering the Tao realm, they would also be ancient gods. Humph. The Spirit Nation Great God let out a cold snort. He didn't enter but left angrily. He had a feeling that he couldn't enter the Tao realm. Great God of Spirit Nation, it's not hard for you to enter. But do you dare? Daoist Pure Sun suddenly laughed as he watched the god of the Spirit Kingdom leave. However, the god of the Spirit Kingdom sneered at Daoist Pure Sun and didn't enter in the end. Cunning indeed. The Daoist narrowed his eyes. With his strength, he could kill this god on the spot, but he didn't do so because he had a feeling that this god wouldn't die. This was only an avatar left behind. Moreover, before he came here, the ancient giant god had also told him that the great god of Spirit Kingdom could not die yet. This was because if he died, it would be another world will host that would devour him, and that world will host would become even stronger. However, even though the great god didn't enter, the Spirit Kingdom's worship majestically soared into the sky. In the beginning, the 4 spirit gods were afraid that Daoist Pure Sun would stop them. However, to their surprise, the Daoist only smiled and didn't stop them at all. This allowed them to no longer have any misgivings and directly soared into the sky. Although the Tao realm is a place of fortune, it is also a place of danger. Perhaps the Spirit Kingdom will die even faster if they enter. They didn't see Daoist Pure Sun's smile and he secretly said to himself. Come, let's go as well. More and more gods soared into the sky. Of course, there was no lack of martial artists who wanted to reach the heavens in a single step. Unfortunately, before they could even get close to the huge vortex, the gales tore them apart. Sure enough, the minimum requirement to enter the Tao realm was to be a god. Moreover, even at this level, it was still very difficult because the closer they got to the vortex, the more ancient power rushed over as if it wanted to tear them apart. Of course, there were many of them. After joining forces, they were able to stop the terrifying vortex. Lin Ling was in the lead, so the pressure he faced became even greater. However, what shocked Lin Ling was that he didn't need to fuse with his innate talents. When the gale-like power rushed over, it seemed to have encountered a force inside his body and immediately weakened by a lot. It was an innate talent. He couldn't help but look back and found that outside of pure maiden Bai, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others, as long as they had intermediate god talents, the pressure was continuously weakening. Yu, come close to me. Lin Ling then said to the people behind him. Yu and the others didn't have the talent of a medium god, while Lin Ling had the talent of several medium gods. Thus, he was able to block those storms for them. Lord Lei Gong, I can't go in. At this time, an unwilling voice came from Lei Gong's palace. Upon closer inspection, many experts were stopped. If they took another step forward, they would immediately be in danger. You guys, go back first. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only say regretfully. Many people were eliminated in Lei Gong's palace, but so were those below the god level. They hovered in the sky, looking at those who were getting closer and closer to the vortex, their eyes full of envy and unwillingness. They had heard that the opening of the Tao realm required the power of several ancient gods. If they missed this chance, they would never have another chance in their lives. Moreover, if they were lucky enough to enter the Tao realm, they could come out and leave at any time. Alright, we're going in. Lin Ling, who was closest to the giant vortex, looked up at the sky, then said to Yu Yu and the others. At this moment, Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy and excitement, as if he had completely stepped into the most ancient world of gods. Yu Yu and the others nodded excitedly. They had finally reached the end of the entire era, the end of the entire universe. Whoosh! Under Lin Ling's lead, the few of them disappeared into the rolling vortex as if sinking into mud. Behind them, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were also very excited as they shot into the vortex. From afar, the scene was incomparably spectacular. Countless gods were pursuing the great Tao of the universe, rushing into the Tao realm like a carp crossing a river. From this moment on, the strongest gods of the entire void universe have all disappeared. The warriors in the distance sighed as they looked at the giant vortex. Then, they also looked forward to seeing how the gods would change after the return of the Tao realm. Would they really have the strength of ancient gods? It's finally begun. Chapter 45-63. The billowing smoke was like smoke, and as far as the eye could see, everything was hazy. The visibility was limited to a range of 10 meters. Everyone was at a loss as if they were running between life and death. If they couldn't get out of this haze, perhaps they would walk all the way to death. Even though Lin Ling's soul force was powerful and his range of vision was much wider than the others, Lin Ling could only see the thick haze beyond 10 meters. What the hell is this place? Nanwu Fengyu's gloomy voice came from behind. Although he was from the Pantheon era, he was still a fledgling in the face of the ancient era. Lin Ling looked back and saw that there weren't many people left. Fortunately, his big brother and the others were here. Even Nine Lantern Fish and Lu Chen were here. This made him nod. This should be a primordial chaos. Suddenly, White Maiden frowned and said, "This is the cloud layer formed when the primordial chaos first opened." I see. Everyone nodded and looked at White Maiden with reverence because she was the only intermediate god in Lei Gong's hall. Lin Ling, thank you. White Water Goddess looked at Lin Ling and said, "Don't worry. This is due to your fortune." Lin Ling naturally knew what White Water Pure Maiden meant by thank you. This was because if it wasn't for Lin Ling, she wouldn't have had the chance to enter this Tao realm. The Tao realm is now filled with ancient gods from several eras. If we, the latecomers, enter, I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble. So, after entering, if you feel that it's difficult to stay, then leave immediately and enter again when you're stronger. Lin Ling said to the crowd and continued to move forward. However, to Lin Ling's surprise, the experts of Ling Nation, the 10 orthodoxies, and even the Green Lotus Immortal ruler had all disappeared. They were probably in another direction. We're here. Suddenly, Lin Ling cried out in alarm. His soul force sensed that the mysterious mist was already dissipating. After he spoke, he finally rushed out of the misty land. Below him was an ancient and vast land. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and rolling rivers flowed. Black backs could be vaguely seen, which then sank into the yellow river water. They seemed to be some ancient divine beasts. In the middle of the torrential river, there was a huge island. The island was lush and verdant, densely packed with ancient trees. When the wind blew, the ancient trees swayed, as if a sea of trees was rolling. As far as the eye could see, there was an endless expanse of land outside the island. It was just that it was separated by a terrifying yellow ancient river. This is the Dao realm? Beside Lin Ling, everyone was also shocked. This aura is from the ancient era. White Water Maiden suddenly became excited. Although she was a figure from the primordial era, she had mostly cultivated in the era of the gods. Now, she had finally found that feeling of the primordial era. Let's go down, Lin Ling said to everyone. However, he also sensed that there were many experts hidden in the dense forest below, and those experts must be the gods of the primordial era. Bang bang bang. However, just as they were about to charge down, all of them suddenly collided with a barrier, and it was difficult for them to advance any further. What's going on? The young Qilin was shocked and tried again, but it was still blocked there. Ha ha ha. At the same time, a lot of laughter came from the dense forest below. It's been a long time since someone came. I wonder which ancient great god successor they are. I don't know. These people are very unfamiliar. The last time I returned to the Chaos Realm, I saw that the Chaos Realm was being swept by the storm of the world will, causing more and more successors to enter the Dao realm. These people might be sent by some divine sects. Now, if you want to enter the Dao realm, you have to join forces with several ancient great gods. It's not as good as it used to be. These people who can enter here are probably not simple. Whether or not they can enter depends on their abilities. Calm voices sounded from the ground. Under the vast and endless dense forest, countless gods stood there, looking at the sky. They were dressed differently. Some were simple, and some were wearing armor. They looked like gods from several eras. They stared at the sky with disdain. Although they knew that those who could enter the Dao realm must have a strong background, compared to ancient great gods like them, they were weak in every aspect. Other things aside, just the fact that they had cultivated here for tens of millions of years was enough to surpass this batch of newcomers. There's a good show to watch. These people can't enter. A man with a sword on his back smiled faintly. He was wearing a Daoist robe, a Daoist hat, and a peachwood sword at his waist. He was very mysterious. Among that group, there are a few who are not weak. The rest should be followers. On the other side, a few beautiful women stood under a tree. They held flower petals in their hands and gently sniffed them. Then, they said, "Those who can enter here are not strong, but their backgrounds are definitely not simple. If they are not the reincarnation of ancient great gods, then they are the descendants of ancient great gods. Generally speaking, most of them are gods who died after the 3 apocalyptic catastrophes. Of course, there are some exceptions who did not participate in the War of the Worlds will back then. Ancient great gods can still enter. No matter what, these people are newcomers. They are not strong. These women were not old. One of them was even 15 or 16 years old. However, the ancient great gods nearby did not dare to underestimate them. Because everyone knew that these 7 women were not weak. It was said that in their previous lives, they were the 7 fairies of the heavenly lake. Among these 7 beautiful women, 3 of them were reincarnations, and the remaining 4 were descendants. Although the Dao realm does not require great strength to enter, it would be a joke if you can't even enter the Dao realm. The man with the peachwood sword at his waist at the beginning said again. Suddenly, an older beauty among the 7 beautiful women laughed and said, "Mao Shan, immortal ancestor, don't tell me you want to defeat them and get a Dao realm fragment. Isn't that what you guys are thinking too?" The man turned his head to look at the 7 of them. According to the rules of the Dao realm, any newcomer that arrives can be defeated by the older generation and exchanged for some Dao realm fragments. Of course, if we can help the newcomer enter the Dao realm, we will obtain more Dao realm fragments, and these Dao realm fragments are this fragment is formed by an ancient great god and a Dao realm cultivator. It is extremely rare. You don't want to miss it, right? Humph. The woman snorted and said, although we don't get many Dao realm fragments, I think there are many ancient great gods who are eyeing the newcomers covetously. Moreover, I think that the ancient great gods work together to open the Dao realm, so there are probably many gods who entered this time. Chapter 45-64. In the Lei Gong Hall, other than Lin Ling and a few others, no one had noticed the gods in the forest. What's going on? Second brother, why can't we enter? Sakura had tried a few times, but he still couldn't enter. He couldn't help but worry. Lin Ling, quickly think of a way. Young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling and said. Not only had Lin Ling surpassed him, but he was also more knowledgeable than him. He was the only pillar of support in the Lei Gong Hall. Lin Ling looked at Pure Maiden Bai, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu, and even the giant ghost. However, the three of them shook their heads. They couldn't understand this strange scene because they had used all kinds of methods, but they couldn't find anything. Lin Ling also used his soul force to investigate. To his surprise, he couldn't find anything either. Everyone, spread out and look. Maybe there's an entrance. After a while, Lin Ling ordered everyone. Although they had just entered the Dao realm, it was inevitable that they would encounter danger. However, it seemed that there were some taboos blocking them. This meant that the danger would also be blocked. Everyone nodded and spread out to search. Pure Maiden Bai, Treasure God Nan Wufengyu, we have 2 hours as the time limit. Go as far as you can and see if you can find the entrance. After 2 hours, no matter what happens, everyone must come back. Lin Ling said to Pure Maiden Bai and the others. Okay. Pure Maiden Bai and the others nodded. Then, Lin Ling also sped up and dashed in one of the directions. After an hour, Lin Ling rushed out of the island and hovered in the sky. Below him was a rolling yellow river. Roar! Suddenly, a huge crocodile rushed out from the river and bit at Lin Ling. Looking at its momentum, even Lin Ling wouldn't be able to resist it with all his strength. Not only was this ancient crocodile huge, but its skin was also filled with sharp bumps. Although its godly energy did not seem strong, what was terrifying was its fleshly body. With Lin Ling's many years of experience in cultivating his fleshly body, this ancient crocodile's fleshly body had reached the power of 50 million worlds. However, just as the giant mouth was about to swallow Lin Ling, an invisible force in the sky stopped the giant crocodile. Ka ka ka. Even when the giant crocodile bit the sky, its teeth, which were as hard as mountains, were all shattered. When he looked at the sky again, he found that it was completely unaffected. Just as I expected, any danger is blocked. However, this primordial giant crocodile is too ferocious. I'm afraid it has a lifespan of tens of millions of years. Lin Ling secretly wiped his sweat and continued forward. Roar! At this moment, another giant crocodile appeared. Without a doubt, it was blocked by the mysterious force again. Next, more and more giant crocodiles rushed out of the water, stirring up the wind and clouds. It was hard to imagine that if Lin Ling did not have the mysterious force blocking his feet, he would definitely be swallowed alive. This place is so big. It's just a river around the island. It looks small from the sky, but if you want to cross this river, you will need to spend a lot of time. Lin Ling said with a frown as he gradually got used to the giant crocodile under his feet. After calculating the time, he estimated that he would only be able to walk out of the river in an hour. He did not think that he would be able to find any entrance. It seems that I have to go to the square prison and ask. After shaking his head, Lin Ling looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he immediately took out the square stone tablet. Do any of you know the Dao realm? After entering the prison, Lin Ling said to all the prisoners. The square prison was silent for a moment. Then, one by one, the prisoners came to the front of the prison and looked at Lin Ling. "Sir, if you know the Dao realm, you will let us out." A devil-like prisoner laughed and said, "You guessed it right." Lin Ling sneered and formed a seal with both hands. Then, crackling sounds came from the cell. The great calamity of the prison had arrived. The insufferably arrogant demonic god was wreaked havoc until he spat out green smoke. "Sir, you are ruthless. I only said one sentence. Do you want to serve me with the great calamity?" The demon god cried and said. He was a great god from ancient times, but after being imprisoned, his life was worse than a dog's. Whoever says more nonsense will end up like him. Lin Ling ignored him and continued to say coldly. All the prisoners did not dare to talk nonsense. "Sir, I know. I know too." Suddenly, an aged voice rang out. It came from the top floor of the prison, and the prisoners locked up there, whether it was strength or background, were even more terrifying. Lin Ling immediately went upstairs and pointed at an old man. This old man had a head of red hair. According to the records, he was called the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor. He was a primordial giant god from ancient times. He was imprisoned because he lost a great battle with another primordial giant god. "What do you want?" Lin Ling looked at the old man and asked. "Sir, please find me a successor. He is called the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor. I haven't seen him for many years and I miss him." The old man said with a smile. "That's all?" Lin Ling said coldly. That's all. As long as the child knows that I am still alive, it will be enough. Let him not worry about me too much." The old man nodded. "Child? Isn't he called the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor? He is already a Rainbow Cloud Ancestor. How can he be a child?" Lin Ling frowned. Although he is called Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, he is still a child in my eyes. When he was young, I was beside the river Styx." The Rainbow Cloud Ancestor smiled and said with nostalgia. Stop. Lin Ling had to interrupt him and said with a frown, "Let me ask you. After entering the Dao realm, why is there a force stopping us from entering?" "Sir, that is the primordial aura." The Rainbow Cloud Ancestor explained, "This is the strand of primordial aura that did not dissipate after the primordial world was formed. Later on, it was refined by an ancient giant god and merged with the Dao realm. In order to open the primordial aura, one needs to have the body of a mid-god divine embryo and activate their talent. If one has the ability to activate the primordial aura, the door will open. Of course, if one has a mid-god divine embryo or above, one person will be enough. Or if 10 mid-gods work together, even if it is just a low-god divine embryo, they will be able to open the primordial aura." "I see." Lin Ling nodded. The primordial aura is formless and colorless. It can only be seen by one's talent. As for how to use it, I can give you some pointers. After the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and a ball of light floated out of the cell. Lin Ling caught it and scanned it with his soul force. Immediately, he knew how to use the divine embryo to check the primordial aura. "Where is your disciple, the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor?" Lin Ling asked. That child, at the mention of the Rainbow Cloud Ancestor, the old man's face turned doting and his eyes were filled with nostalgia. Stop. I didn't hear you talking about the past. Get to the point." Seeing that the old man was going to nag again, Lin Ling stopped him immediately. He imagined the two old men cherishing each other. One of them looked at the other with doting eyes and called him child, with tears in his eyes. Lin Ling felt goosebumps all over his body. Chapter 45-65. No wonder you came to me on your own initiative. You are in the Tao realm. But according to the years, your ancestor Red Cloud should be from the same era as you. How could he enter the Tao realm? Lin Ling touched his chin and asked curiously. That child did not participate in the War of the World Will, so the Tao realm did not stop him from entering. The ancestor laughed. But you must be careful. The Tao realm gathers the ancient gods of 3 eras. If you do not have the corresponding strength, it will be difficult for you to enter the Tao realm. By the way, gods won't die in the Tao realm. Will not die? Lin Ling was shocked. The Tao realm is a place for the reincarnated gods of ancient times to grow up. Of course, the ancient gods wouldn't let the gods perish. Of course, that's only relative. It's said that gods only have 3 chances. When they are on the brink of death, the Tao light will protect them, and they can save their life. However, I've heard that some gods can only save their lives 4 times, while some can only save their lives 5 times. Moreover, for ancient gods who have died many times, if we use the previous method to stimulate their talents, we can roughly see it clearly. The old man continued. So it is the help of the Tao realm. Lin Ling finally understood. He felt strange. How could there be an immortal god? He asked again, then in the Tao realm, how did the ancient gods grow? Tao realm shard. Everyone who enters the Tao realm has a Daoist medallion, which is a Daoist medallion formed from primordial chaos. You can use the Daoist medallion to trade treasures with people in the Tao realm. Furthermore, the Daoist medallion contains instructions from the ancient megagods. Once completed, one can also obtain the fragments of the Tao realm. Now, the ancient gods are fighting against the storm of the world will in the chaos realm. They cannot leave, so they let the ancient gods do things for them. Moreover, there is a Tao tower in the Tao realm. This Tao tower opens at a certain time. Every time it opens, there will be an earth-shattering event. I remember that the last time it was opened, all the ancient great gods fought with the will of the world, and the will of the world was forced to retreat to the primal chaos realm. There are even rumors that the ultimate peak of the Tao Pagoda is to become the master of the universe and completely possess this Tao realm. The old man continued, in truth, there are still many mysteries about the Tao realm. However, I don't know much about it. If you want to know more, you can look for Old Third Ghost. Rumor has it that he knows a bit about the Tao realm and was one of the first ancient gods to enter the Tao realm. You should have been locked up here for a long time. Why are you so familiar with the Tao realm? Lin Ling asked again. My lord, how could we not have some tricks up our sleeves when we've reached our level of strength? Although they've been imprisoned, there are still some people in the outside world. Ancestor Hong Yun immediately said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Ling instantly frowned and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, this means that if I leave the prison, you can let those people kill me. This is an extremely simple matter." My lord, I wouldn't dare. Although we have some people in the outside world, they are all scattered in the primal chaos realm and the Tao realm. Some of those people are successors, some are doppelgangers, and their strength is not strong at all. Moreover, we only communicate through some thoughts. It takes a lot of time and effort. For so many years, I've only spoken less than 100 words with that doppelganger in the outside world. Unfortunately, that doppelganger died in the end. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to ask you to find that child Hong Yun. The old man hurriedly explained. As for Old Third Ghost, he's about the same. It takes 100,000 years for the people in the outside world to transmit a thought to him. Now that he's been trapped for so long, I'm afraid that the people in the outside world have died. However, Old Third Ghost should be very familiar with some of the places in the Tao realm. After all, he's one of the earliest people to enter the Tao realm. Moreover, I've heard that there are a few ancient giant gods imprisoned in the square prison. They are the terrifying ones who are incomparably familiar with the Tao realm and even the Tao Tower. The Tao realm was prepared in the primordial era. It is said that it is the only trump card against the will of the world because this is the only variable that will appear in the great tribulation of the universe. This is also the place that allows the ancient great gods to grow rapidly and possess a host body that is not weaker than the will of the world. The old man continued to speak. According to Pure Sun, the primal chaos realm is in imminent danger and many places are constantly being destroyed. No wonder they need the Tao realm. This is because this is the safest place for the ancient great gods to grow rapidly. Lin Ling secretly guessed. He looked at the old man and said, "Well, I'll try my best to help you find Ancestor Hongyun. As for old third ghost, after we enter, I'll try to talk to him." "Thank you, sir." "Thank you, sir. Actually, with the square prison, sir, you will definitely become a powerful figure in the future because there are too many ancient great gods imprisoned in the square prison. Through their mouths, sir, you will be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. However, there are still a few such prisons in the past. If someone else obtains them, those people will definitely become powerful figures in the future. Now, let's see who grows faster." The old man looked at the departing Lin Ling and said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded and did not say anything else. In fact, how could he not know this? This prison had helped him several times. It seemed that the fairy of the 9 heavens had come to help him with this prison. After leaving the square prison, Lin Ling calculated the time. It was almost time to gather. He hurriedly flew in the direction of the island. After a long time, a large number of people had already gathered in front of him. When they saw Lin Ling flying over, their faces lit up with joy. Lin Ling looked carefully and found that Whitewater Pure Maiden and the others had returned. However, from their gloomy expressions, it was obvious that they did not find any entrance. Lin Ling was not surprised because he already knew that there was no entrance to this Tao realm. It had to be opened by someone. "Lin Ling, how is it?" Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu walked towards Lin Ling and asked anxiously. Beside him, Whitewater Pure Maiden was the first to report the results of her investigation. "I left the river, but the distance is vast and boundless. I can't see any entrance. It's strange because I can't see anything blocking me. However, I can't enter. Oh right, the surrounding river is very powerful. The giant crocodile's body is ferocious. Its strength is not weaker than a mid-god. Now, if we can't enter the Tao realm, then this trip will be in vain. We will have missed our chance." Yes. Chapter 45-66. If only my father was here, he would have heard of the Tao realm. She added. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shook his head. The Tao realm was too ancient. Even Sky River Water God had only heard of it, not seen it. I wonder how Ling Nation and the 10 orthodoxies are going to enter. Someone else asked. It's simple, someone is helping them. Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice was heard. Under the sky, a figure was slowly walking towards them. He had a peachwood sword hanging on his waist and a calm look on his face. He was only a dozen meters away from the people of the Thunder God Great Hall. However, everyone knew that there was a mysterious force blocking their path. They had entered Lei Gong's Great Hall. Actually, there's a barrier between us. It's called the Primordial Aura. The man said. Nanwu Fengyu and the others were shocked. Primordial Aura? Why couldn't they see it? It's normal that you can't see it. Not everyone can see the Hong Meng Qi. However, I can tell you that it's impossible for you to open it with your strength. The only way is to ask for the help of an ancient great god in the Tao realm. The man seemed to have guessed their thoughts and continued, I'm the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. I'm here to help you. You might think that I'm lying to you, but unfortunately, no one else can help you. Also, White Maiden, I've heard of you in the past. Your name? I've heard of you too. Mao Shan immortal ancestor, the founding god of Taoism. I remember that you died back then. Why are you here now? White Maiden stared at the man, seemingly familiar with him. Hee, I'm indeed dead. In fact, I'm the reincarnation of the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. Alright, do you need my help? The man smiled. What's the condition? White Water Pure Maiden immediately asked. 3 Dao Realm shards each, it's that simple. The man didn't hide anything. What's a Dao Realm shard? Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu spoke as well. Some unimportant things, but they are very important to me because they are related to my talent and can improve my talent. So, all of you just have to make a blood oath and say that each of you owes me 3 Dao Realm fragments. If you don't return them, it will be difficult for you to enter the Dao Realm in the future. The man nodded. Then, he revealed an admiring expression. I'm a very trusting person. So, don't let me down. So simple. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall frowned, and many of them were tempted. This was probably how Spirit Nation and the 10 Orthodoxies entered. Perhaps this was an unwritten rule of the Dao Realm. Unfortunately, they did not see it. Many ancient gods in the forest were laughing mockingly as they watched the Mao Shan immortal ancestor duping the newbies. The newbies are so stupid. I can't believe they believed the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's words. I wonder if they'll cry when they find out the importance of the fragments after they enter. That's for sure. But the Mao Shan immortal ancestor said that I'm a very trusting person. He's really fooled us all. All in all, we finally have some Dao Realm fragments. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor said that everyone who saw it will get a share. We'll all get 1 Dao Realm fragment, and he'll get 2. The ancient gods whispered among themselves. Not only were their expressions full of mockery, but they were also excited. You only need Dao Realm fragments? But how are we going to get them, and how are we going to give them to you? You're not trying to trick us, are you? At this time, Bai Shui Su Nu was cautious and asked again. Fair Maiden Bai, you're too much. They can doubt me, but you're from the same era as me, and yet you're doubting my character. You should know that gods who enter the Dao Realm are here to fight against the will of the world. We all want to see you become stronger. That's why I'm here to help you, but you're doubting me. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor seemed to be angry. No, I'm just curious. How do we get Dao Realm fragments? Fair Maiden Bai quickly explained, afraid that he would leave in a huff. It's simple. Everyone will get 1 Dao Realm fragment every 100,000 years, so you can pay me back in 200,000 years. As for the first 100,000 years, that won't be necessary, because you'll get a Dao Realm fragment as soon as you enter the Dao Realm, and you'll be able to return to the Heavenly Realm. Said Fair Maiden Bai. Alright, I'll ask for your opinion. Fair Maiden Bai finally nodded, then looked at Treasure God Nanwu Fengyu. Although they all felt that something was off, they had no idea what Dao Realm fragments were for. Moreover, if they couldn't even enter the Dao Realm, then the fragments were all fake. Therefore, after exchanging glances, they all agreed to the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's request and swore a blood oath. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor chuckled inwardly when he saw their expressions. These idiots had finally fallen for his trick. As long as they discovered the blood oath, as long as they were in the Dao Realm and under its jurisdiction, the blood oath could never be violated. Just the thought of getting 3 Dao Realm fragments so easily was enough to excite him. Is that enough? At that thought, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor said calmly, my time is limited. If you don't make a decision in 3 breaths, I'll be leaving. 1, 2, 3. Wait. Fair Maiden Bai and the others finally spoke, fearing that the Mao Shan immortal ancestor would really leave. However, Lin Ling, who had been watching from the sidelines, finally spoke, you can scram now. Scram? The Mao Shan immortal ancestor thought that Fair Maiden Bai and the others were about to swear a blood oath, but one of the young men asked him to scram. Did he hear that right? In fact, even Fair Maiden Bai and the others thought that they had heard wrong. The situation was very clear. If the Mao Shan immortal ancestor didn't help them, they wouldn't be able to enter the Dao realm at all. Therefore, the Dao realm fragments weren't important at all. Entering the Dao realm was the most important thing. Did I hear wrongly? The Maoshan immortal ancestor stared at Lin Ling, then opened his mouth and said again. Look at my lips. Lin Ling walked out and pointed at his mouth. You can scram now. If you don't hear me clearly, I'll say it 3 times. Fuck you, get the hell out of here. Fuck you, get the hell out of here. Fuck you, get the hell out of here. His voice echoed endlessly, spreading to the depths of the forest, causing countless ancient gods to be flabbergasted. They actually asked the Maoshan immortal ancestor to scram? Not to mention that this group of people had a favor to ask of them, even if they didn't, with such an arrogant tone, they had completely offended these ancient great gods. A group of newcomers dared to offend an ancient god? Did they have a death wish? Chapter 45-67. Fine, I'll get lost now. Let's see how you're going to get in. The Maoshan immortal ancestor snorted and turned to leave. In his opinion, the young man was just a nobody. Bai Shui and Plain Maiden would definitely complain about him for speaking so carelessly. He turned around slowly on purpose, waiting for Plain Maiden and the others to ask him to stay. When that time came, he would raise the price. However, when he took 1 step, there was silence behind him. He took 2 steps, but there was still silence behind him. He took 3 steps. The Maoshan immortal ancestor could not take it anymore. He turned around and saw that Plain Maiden and the others were already talking to the young man. None of them were looking at him, let alone asking him to stay. How could this be? The Maoshan immortal ancestor's expression was ferocious. He was a primordial god, and yet he had ended up in such a humiliating state. It was as if not only did they not care about his high and mighty reward, but they also treated him as a scammer. Fine, I'll see how you're going to get in. Let me tell you, the primordial aura is not something you can see. Don't even think about entering the Dao realm for the rest of your lives. The Maoshan immortal ancestor gritted his teeth. He wanted those people to regret their actions. Lin Ling, I see it. However, as soon as he said that, an old man exclaimed. It was treasure god Nan Wu Fengyu. He looked down at his feet with an excited expression. I see it too. Soon, a few more voices were heard. Not only did the people in Lei Gong's main hall ignore the Maoshan immortal ancestor, but they were also staring at their feet. Some of them even touched the primordial aura with their hands. It was obvious that they had seen it. To see the primordial aura, one had to check it with their innate talent. Only primordial gods would know about that divine ability. However, not only did one person see it, but many others had as well. You're messing with me. The Maoshan immortal ancestor felt as if someone had slapped him hard on the left side of his face. Humph, so what if you can see it? You won't be able to get in without our help. Just you wait, you'll come begging me. The Maoshan immortal ancestor refused to lose face. He gritted his teeth and said. Meanwhile, there was a lot of discussion in the dense forest. What ability does this group of newcomers have? They actually saw primordial energy. Damn it. I was still thinking of collecting some Dao realm fragments, but now, I'm afraid this idea of mine is going to be wasted. It's fine. Although those newcomers can see the primordial aura, it doesn't mean that they can enter. Without our help, they can only be arrogant temporarily. That's true. They were angry at first, but they soon sneered. Only they knew of 3 ways to open the Dao realm. The first was to have 10 gods attack at the same time. The second was to have a divine embryo of at least the 5th rank. 3. 9 gods with mid-god divine embryos had joined forces. Beg me, this time, I'll take 5 Dao realm pieces from each of you. The Maoshan immortal ancestor had his hands clasped behind his back and was all ears. However, the expected voice didn't arrive. Instead, a rumbling sound rang out in the sky. Formless ripples spread out like ripples, because someone had already made a move on the Grand Mist aura. This person was precisely pure maiden white water. She didn't seem to have released her divine energy, but with a light pat of her palm, the originally transparent sky clearly changed. There were some changes. Obviously, this was an attack formed by his innate talent. This time, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor felt like he had been slapped on the right side of his face. If these newcomers were lucky to be able to see the primordial aura, then being able to attack the primordial aura was no fluke at all. Could it be that there was a primordial god among these newcomers? What's the use of that? Don't think that you can open the Tao realm just because you have a divine embryo of a mid-god. You're not primordial gods, and you've just entered the Tao realm. How strong and talented can you be? I don't believe that you have 10 mid-gods. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor roared angrily out of humiliation. Unfortunately, no one paid any attention to him from the beginning to the end. Damn these newcomers. Are they trying to make us happy for nothing? The primordial gods in the dense forest were also furious. However, they also didn't believe that there were 10 mid-gods among the newcomers. Gods of such strength usually only appeared in the Chaos realm and the Tao realm. No matter where these newcomers came from, having a mid-god was already very impressive. Boom! At this moment, the ripples in the sky appeared again. The primordial aura was shaking. That was because another powerhouse had made a move. It was treasure god Nan Wu Fengyu. Although he wasn't a mid-god, he had a mid-god divine embryo. So they're using another method. They're using 9 mid-god divine embryos to open the primordial aura. The primordial gods in the dense forest came to a realization, but they also became even angrier. One had to know that the Tao realm had an unwritten path. Most newcomers relied on the help of primordial gods in the Tao realm. However, there was an exception this time. They couldn't get the Tao realm fragment, and it was as if they were being toyed with. In your dreams. Aside from the Chaos realm and the Tao realm, there are very few mid-god divine embryos in the other universes. I don't believe that you have 9 mid-god divine embryos. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor was so angry that he lost his mind. He kept investigating the newcomers and could vaguely sense that there weren't many people with mid-god divine embryos. That meant that the newcomers were going to fail in the end. More primordial gods in the dense forest used their abilities to investigate, and they came to the same conclusion as the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. A bunch of clowns. They chose to fight us head-on because they didn't want to embarrass themselves in front of us primordial gods, but they ended up even more humiliated. The 7 fairy-like girls next to an ancient tree sneered. The way I see it, they don't have more than 5 mid-god divine embryos, said a 16-year-old girl with great confidence. A million years ago, they'd been teased by primordial gods as newcomers. They'd long suppressed their anger, but when they wanted to vent, others wouldn't let them. Boom! At this moment, someone else attacked from the sky. It was Qilin. Next was Holy Union. They were also the strongest existences in Lei Gong's Great Hall. Even Emperor Zhangong and the others were slightly weaker than them. However, after Qilin, the only mid-god divine embryo left was Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling. Qilin looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling nodded. After activating the realm-devouring beast's talent, he suddenly slammed his palm in front of him. Hum. Invisible ripples bloomed again, and this time, it spread thousands of miles away. So powerful. Many people in the dense forest narrowed their eyes, but soon their faces were filled with anticipation. Who else would be next? Who else? The Mao Shan immortal ancestor roared. There were only 5 of them now. They were daydreaming if they wanted to open the Tao realm. Boom! However, before he could finish his sentence, Lin Ling slammed out another palm in the sky. This time, he used the Wraith Hell Body talent. Chapter 45-68. Two mid-god divine embryos. The primordial gods in the forest felt as if they had been struck by lightning. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor no longer felt like he had been slapped twice, but more like a dozen times. Boom! At this moment, Lin Ling activated his talent again. This was the Wind Dragon talent. This time, the seventh god-tier divine embryo was revealed. Lin Ling didn't stop there. His right hand turned into the heavenly dragon innate gift and slammed down again. The eighth mid-god innate gift. For mid-god innate gifts. The primordial gods in the forest were shocked again and again. They didn't understand where this newcomer had come from. How could he have 4 mid-god divine embryos? In fact, apart from pure maiden Bai, even treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were shocked. They remembered that Lin Ling didn't have that many mid-god divine embryos before he went to the godland. Just one more. He must fail, he must fail. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor was more nervous than ever. If Lin Ling succeeded, he would be greatly humiliated. One person can't have 5 mid-god divine embryos. From what I remember, there wasn't one in the primordial era, the era of gods, or even the chaos realm. There's no way such a freak exists. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor shook his head. There was still hope in his heart. The primordial gods in the forest were silent. They felt like they had seen a ghost today. However, they had the same thought as the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. One person couldn't have 5 mid-god divine embryos. After all, such a god would be incomparably terrifying in the future. Boom! But at this moment, the final straw that crushed their hearts appeared. Lin Ling, the 5th divine embryo, this was the Luai's true body. This kid. Even treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were shocked. 5 divine embryos. What a monster! Lord Lin Ling is truly amazing, said Shengui excitedly. Lin Ling wasn't simple at all, just like what the great overlord of the chaos world had said. After the 9 god embryos appeared, a 5-colored light appeared in the sky. The grand mist aura was completely revealed. If one looked closely, they would see that the grand mist aura covered the entire sky. It was boundless and mysterious. However, under Lin Ling's body, a gap appeared. It was more than 10 meters wide, and it was recovering at a very slow speed. My lord, it worked. Everyone in Lei Gong's hall cheered when they saw the gap in the primordial aura. After so much effort, they could finally enter the Dao realm. Lord Lin Ling is the best. Everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the adoration in their eyes became even more intense. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled faintly and led the group to the Dao realm. He glanced at the Mao Shan immortal ancestor as he passed by. Lin Ling had already seen through the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's strength. He was one of the strongest lesser gods, but unfortunately, he was not a mid-god. Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Although the Dao realm had accumulated a large number of ancient great gods, not everyone had reached the intermediate celestial realm due to the length of time they had cultivated. Of course, stepping into the intermediate celestial realm was only a matter of time for those in the Dao realm. Ignoring the Mao Shan immortal ancestor, Lin Ling led the group to the island. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor stood silently in the sky, his face dark and his body trembling. The newcomers had ignored him again. Moreover, they had successfully entered the Dao realm right before his eyes. That was a great humiliation. It was the first time the Mao Shan immortal ancestor had been so humiliated since he became a primordial god. Under the dense forest, the ancient gods had ugly expressions because no matter where they were, there was always an unwritten rule that the newcomers had to respect the seniors. But now, they had all been disregarded. Are they doing this on purpose? Newborn calves aren't afraid of tigers. Although we're not the strongest among the Dao realm, we're still the inheritors of primordial gods. We'll definitely return to godhood in the future. These people are going too far by not giving us face. Suddenly, a woman's voice came from under the ancient tree. She seemed to be chuckling, but there was a hint of discord in her voice, which made the primordial god's expressions even uglier. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all and brought everyone down. At the same time, the primordial aura in the sky shot out rays of light and landed between everyone's eyebrows, then disappeared. Dao antecedents. At that moment, everyone's eyes lit up in Lei Gong's great hall. They vaguely felt something extra in their hearts. Then, they opened their palms, and a colorful fragment appeared in their palms. The irregular shape of the fragment was none other than a Dao realm fragment. The Dao realm fragment seemed to be formed from primordial aura. According to the records of Dao antecedents, Dao realm fragments could be exchanged with primordial gods for treasures, and were extremely important. We were almost fooled. Everyone summoned their Dao antecedents and looked at the white jade slip with a sudden realization. Previously, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor had told them that Dao realm fragments were useless, and they almost had to hand over their Dao realm fragments. Now, they all knew that Dao realm fragments were actually the key to growth in the Dao realm. Lin Ling also carefully looked at the white jade slip in his hand. Then, he realized that it seemed to be the help of this jade slip in order to leave the Dao realm. At the same time, there were a lot of treasures to exchange in the Dao antecedents. That also meant that as long as he had Dao realm fragments, Lin Ling's strength could also increase. One had to know that in the void of the 9 states, due to the limited resources, it was thousands of times more difficult for Lin Ling to break through to the next realm. It could even be said that it was impossible unless he was lucky. Now that he was in the Dao realm, everything was possible. Are you all deliberately messing with me? At that moment, a cold voice interrupted everyone's investigation. They saw the Mao Shan immortal ancestor walking down step by step. The peachwood sword at his waist danced, and wisps of terrifying divine power spread out, forming a peach blossom cloud around his body. Seeing that, everyone looked up with anger in their eyes. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor had almost fooled them, and now he had the nerve to be angry? What do you want? Lin Ling put away his Dao antecedents and looked coldly at the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. We'll bet 10 Dao realm fragments. You and I will fight, and the winner will take them away. Do you dare? The Mao Shan immortal ancestor stopped in his tracks and glared at Lin Ling with resentment. Lin Ling had made him lose all face and even caused him to lose a huge amount of Dao realm fragments. He was unable to swallow this insult. Mao Shan immortal ancestor, if you want to fight, I'll fight you. Chapter 45-69. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor snorted coldly. While he was no match for plain maiden Bai, the primordial gods on the island would side with him. If a fight broke out, plain maiden Bai might not have the upper hand. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor is so quick to issue a challenge to a newcomer. That young man may have 5 divine embryos, but that only means that he has extraordinary potential in the future. He's no match for the Mao Shan immortal ancestor now. The group of ancient gods slowly walked out of the forest. They didn't seem to be afraid of pure Maiden White. After all, she was just a common god. They had seen plenty of Dao realm experts, and had even seen a common god fly past the island not long ago. Moreover, they were reincarnations of primordial gods. They were all middle gods back then, so there was nothing to be surprised about. Alright, I agree to fight you. However, I don't have that many Dao realm fragments right now. At this moment, Lin Ling also nodded in agreement. He had long found this swindler an eyesore. However, this was his first time here and he wanted to familiarize himself with the Dao realm. Since this swindler wanted to court death, he would fulfill his wish. Don't worry. As long as you agree to fight me, those fragments will be automatically sent to me when you get them in the future. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor licked his lips. He did not expect the young man to be so impulsive as to agree to the challenge. I see. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He guessed that unless the owner of the Dao Realm fragment agreed to the challenge, no one else would be able to snatch it. Moreover, after agreeing to the challenge, the Dao Realm cultivator would have the power to control the fragments, and the winner would get to keep them. You may have 5 divine embryos, but you're underestimating us primordial gods. I don't believe that you've cultivated all 5 divine embryos. If you don't, you're just a sword without sword techniques. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor slowly drew the peach-wood sword at his waist. An ancient aura quietly spread out from the sword. Dao. That was the aura of Taoism. Perhaps to you all, those who have entered the Dao realm are primordial gods, but to me, only middle gods are considered primordial gods. Lin Ling also drew the tyrant song. The blood-red greatsword was filled with murderous intent. What an arrogant kid. Lin Ling's words clearly offended many ancient great gods. Although many of them had not reached the strength of an intermediate celestial, they were all reincarnations of ancient great gods. They were also intermediate celestials in their previous lives. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? I'll show you what a primordial god is. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor roared and swung his sword, scattering the peach blossoms. Upon closer inspection, the peach blossoms were formed from paper talismans and possessed the power to ward off evil spirits. Mao Mountain was originally a place of Dao realm magic. As the immortal ancestor of Mao Mountain, the power he was adept at could counter the Dao of void demons and devils. His speed was incomparably fast. In the blink of an eye, he erupted with the speed of 1,000,000 worlds and slashed towards Lin Ling. Clang! The large sword in Lin Ling's hand slashed out. After clashing with the peachwood sword, a deafening sound rang out. God's god power. Lin Ling was shocked. As expected of a primordial god, his sword was so powerful. However, Lin Ling also unleashed his physical strength. After fusing with 30,000 gods' god power, he easily blocked the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's sword. Lose. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor roared. You're not enough. Lin Ling's 7 dantians surged with divine origin. The 2 swords clashed violently. The terrifying power caused the entire island to tremble slightly. Countless giant crocodiles rushed out of the yellow ancient river in the distance, roaring loudly. Of course, for some reason, those ancient giant crocodiles did not land on the island. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing sound continued to be heard. The 2 swords separated as soon as they came into contact, and then clashed again. First part. Lin Ling could sense that the Mao Shan immortal ancestor was getting stronger as the battle went on. He was also using part of his strength. He was now certain that the Mao Shan immortal ancestor was very powerful. He was even more powerful than the Ox Demon Patriarch. That was because the Ox Demon Patriarch was not strong enough to force him to use the first part of his innate talent fusion. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor was powerful because of his god power. As for the steps of the gods, he was not sure if he had them. After the first part of the fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly, and he began to suppress the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. He did not use any martial arts. He was just relying on the purest of strength. That was Lin Ling's proudest asset. What did this guy use? Why did his speed, God's god power, and defense all increase? Many primordial gods frowned as they stared at Lin Ling. They couldn't understand. Lin Ling was a god who had come to the Dao realm for the first time, which meant that he hadn't cultivated for a long time. Moreover, he had 5 divine embryos, so how could he have had the time to cultivate? Disregarding everything else, just the cultivation resources alone were difficult to find. God Du Kong. At this time, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's strength increased again. A pair of white wings appeared behind him, and with a slight flap of his wings, countless talismans were scattered. The peachwood sword in his hand also became dazzling at this moment. His god power had increased to 200,000 god power. Second part. Soa pe ko. Lin Ling also activated the second part of the fusion. His speed reached 1.5 million realms, his god power increased to 50,000, and his god power increased to 50,000. Coupled with the divine embryos, he once again suppressed the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. Of course, the most terrifying thing for the Mao Shan immortal ancestor was that sword. Steps of the slaughter. In his eyes, a roaring sea of blood roared. The entire horizon had turned blood red, and within it, a sword slashed across the sky. Lin Ling's second part of the fusion made the Mao Shan immortal ancestor realize that the young man was more terrifying than he imagined. Although he had 5 divine embryos, they did not slow down his cultivation progress at all. He was still domineering in all major areas. But now that the steps of the slaughter had appeared, he knew that he was going to lose. He had 1 type of mid-god divine embryo, while Lin Ling had 5 types. He was naturally weaker than Lin Ling. Even though his divinity force was strong, Lin Ling's 7 dantians and terrifying physical strength made it so that not only did Lin Ling's foundation not fear his divinity force, it even suppressed him. Coupled with Lin Ling's 7 talents, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's secret negative influence did not affect Lin Ling at all. Whoosh! Under everyone's shocked eyes, the sea of blood surging from the horizon drowned the Mao Shan immortal ancestor, trying to kill him. The demon-slaying sword was never spared. However, at the critical moment, a 5-colored light gushed out of the Mao Shan immortal ancestor's body, enveloping him and shooting into the sky. I'll remember you. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor stared at Lin Ling coldly while being enveloped by that power. His expression was full of ferocity. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor died once. The primordial gods around them muttered. They naturally knew what happened. The Daoist realm had sensed that the Mao Shan immortal ancestor was about to die, so they protected him and sent him to the Daoist realm. In that case, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor had wasted a chance. Most primordial gods only had 3 chances. Chapter 45-70. The Mao Shan immortal ancestor is truly a disgrace. Next to the ancient tree, 7 beautiful women were full of disdain for the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. For better or worse, the Mao Shan immortal ancestor from the age of gods was someone who had been bestowed a divine position. He was also worshipped by the common people and was omnipotent in subduing demons and devils. But now, he was defeated by a newcomer, throwing away their primordial god. Shame! After the mockery, they stared at Lin Ling, curious about this newcomer's background. Generally speaking, those who could enter the Dao realm definitely had a great background. Could this newcomer be a great god from the primordial era? One had to know that in the Dao realm, the primordial gods were divided into the Age of Gods and the Primordial Era. The Primordial Era was similar to the Primordial Era, but in fact, it was before the Primordial Era, a period after the Primordial Era. These primordial gods could be considered the first batch of gods after the creation of the world. In fact, even treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were surprised because they could see that the Mao Shan immortal ancestor was stronger than the bull devil patriarch. They thought that Lin Ling would go all out, but it was clear that Lin Ling won easily. This guy's strength has probably surpassed mine. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu sighed. In the past, Lin Ling fainted in the 9 provinces' 7 forbidden grounds. It was treasure god Nanwu Fengyu's granddaughter, Xiaoyu, who saved Lin Ling. At that time, treasure god Nanwu Fengyu didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes. However, later on, Lin Ling protected Xiaoyu with his life, which moved treasure god Nanwu Fengyu. Later on, Lin Ling obtained the divine embryo of his close friend, Luai's, which made treasure god Nanwu Fengyu consider Lin Ling as one of his own. And now, this junior from back then had become a god and was completely above his head. Treasure god Nanwu Fengyu was deeply gratified by this. Among everyone, only Lin Ling wasn't surprised by this result. In fact, when he came out of the divine mountain, he was already a tyrant among the lower gods. After the trip to the shattered divine soil, he continuously increased the talents of his 3 divine embryos and his strength reached a heaven-defying level. Apart from mid-gods, he didn't fear any experts. Moreover, he hadn't unleashed his full strength yet because he had a feeling that it wasn't the right time yet. Next, Lin Ling checked the celestial return of Dao tablet and found that there were 11 Dao realm fragments inside. The extra 10 obviously came from the Mao Shan immortal ancestor. It seems like Dao realm has brought the fragment to me. Lin Ling discovered that the Dao realm seemed to be ownerless, but everything here was governed by the laws. Everything here was governed by the laws. If I challenge you, I'll still give you 10 Dao realm shards. Do you dare? At this moment, a voice rang out. Under the ancient tree, one of the 7 beautiful women had spoken. This woman wore a long pink dress and looked very enchanting. In terms of looks and aura, she was one of the best. Compared to Yu and the others, she was on par with Whitewater Pure Woman. However, the 2 of them belonged to 2 different types of women. After all, they were the reincarnations of ancient gods. That kind of aura was definitely not something ordinary flowers could compare to. What a seductive woman. Yu and the others looked unhappy as they stared at the woman. For some reason, they felt that the woman seemed to be seducing Lin Ling. Hee, do you dare? That was indeed the case. The woman's voice was like a silver bell. Her limpid eyes were looking at Lin Ling, exuding a seductive aura. Sure. However, although Lin Ling was not an ancient god, he was also very experienced and was not tempted at all. His eyes did not even change from the beginning to the end. What a firm martial arts heart. The woman was slightly surprised. If Lin Ling was an ancient god, it would be reasonable for him to not be tempted by her. However, Lin Ling's background did not seem to be famous. I will defeat you. The woman floated out. She looked enchanting, but a pink broadsword appeared in her hand. As she waved it, a pink haze filled the air. It was unexpected that this delicate woman was a goddess who used a broadsword. Moreover, that broadsword was probably a rare treasure. It was definitely a wanton treasure. Pink killing broadsword. Looks like the Peach Mansion 7 stars do not dare to underestimate that man. The ancient gods were also staring curiously. Crimson Tower. The woman's divine essence was activated. She was also a middle-grade divine fetus and had reached the 2nd grade. Her every movement was like a goddess. Pink haze swallowed and spat out, which could affect the battle state of gods. And with a slash of her broadsword, a pink skeleton appeared. It was the skeleton of a goddess. It flew through the haze. At one moment, it was hell. It made people tremble with fear. At the next moment, it was heaven. Beauties were everywhere. Unfortunately, this did not affect Lin Ling much. Lin Ling's sword was decisive. A sea of blood roared. This guy. Sensing that her divine fetus could not affect the man, the woman's expression turned ugly. The reason for this was that the man's talent was higher than hers. Since her talent could not gain an advantage, then she would have to fight head-on. Rumble. In the pink haze, a single slash cut through the divine world. It had reached the power of divinity of 250,000 worlds. Clang. Unfortunately, although Lin Ling's power of divinity was only 50,000, his other domains were too strong. Coupled with the killing steps, whether it was his aura or attack, he greatly surpassed the woman. The sword and saber continued to clash. Yu, Sakura, and the others widened their horizons. In the end, the beauty decisively admitted defeat. What a pity. If the Peach Constellation 7 stars had 300,000 power of divinity, perhaps we could defeat him. 300,000 power of divinity is too rare. You have to know that 1 million power of divinity is already a mid-level god. 300,000 power of divinity is almost half of a mid-level god. That's right. There are very few lesser gods with 300,000 power of divinity. All the ancient great gods sighed in their hearts. Another ancient great god had been defeated. This newcomer really couldn't be underestimated. Moreover, they only had a rough guess as to why this newcomer could win. They guessed that this newcomer's talent was too high and had been fully utilized. That was why he was so strong. I'll fight you. At this time, the third ancient god appeared. Sure. If you win, the 20 Dao realm fragments I obtained earlier will all belong to you. Lin Ling nodded. You have courage. That ancient god was an old man. At this moment, he smiled with admiration. 20 Dao realm fragments, this was a huge sum. One had to know that if they did nothing, they would only get 1 Dao realm fragment every 100,000 years. If they had 20, it would take them 2 million years. The two of them did not speak anymore. They activated their divine powers and clashed crazily. Rumble. If such a battle took place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would definitely cause the void to collapse. However, the void of the Dao realm was too strong. Therefore, it only caused some ripples. The battle between the two of them seemed to be on par. Grandpa Treasure God, do you think second brother can win? Chapter 45-71. What an impressive battle. Indra couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, young Demon Lord and the others also had solemn expressions. In fact, they were also rare geniuses in the 9 states void. Unfortunately, ever since they followed Lin Ling, their radiance had been overshadowed by Lin Ling. The main reason was that Lin Ling's growth was too fast. Of course, although following Lin Ling gave them great pressure, it could also broaden their horizons. At least if they cultivated alone, they wouldn't have the chance to enter the Tao realm. The Tao realm was extremely important to them. It was related to whether they could become ancient gods. I admit defeat. After a full 2 hours, the old man took the initiative to admit defeat. This was because 60% of his divine origin had been consumed. He obviously couldn't win with the remaining 40%. Looking at Lin Ling again, he was panting as if he had reached his limit. This also made many ancient gods think that this newcomer had won by a narrow margin. If he was just a little bit stronger, he would definitely be able to defeat this newcomer. Of course, they weren't stupid. They also felt that it was a little strange. Although this newcomer had won by a narrow margin, he had unknowingly won 3 rounds. Could it be that this newcomer is still hiding his strength? If that's the case, then it's too terrifying. However, this possibility isn't high because there aren't enough treasures to increase one's strength outside of the Tao realm. That's right. Moreover, from the looks of it, he doesn't seem to have cultivated for long. Everyone was constantly analyzing, but they couldn't see through Lin Ling. I'll fight you. If you lose, the 30 Tao realm fragments you won earlier will belong to me. How about it? At this moment, another person walked over. This person wasn't tall, but he was very burly like a block of wood. Moreover, he wore earthy brown armor and looked majestic. The Earth War God is fighting, and this guy has the nerve to fight? What's there to be embarrassed about? Although the Earth War God was a peak mid-level god back then, he's now an inheritance body and hasn't recovered his strength at all. Moreover, he's also a low-level god and has the qualifications to fight. Of course I know this, but he's still the war god of the ancient era. The ancient gods were shocked and discussed animatedly. The people in Lei Gong's hall stared at the short and fat armored man. Then, they heard the conversation between the ancient gods in the distance. They instantly knew that the short and fat armored man was not simple. Sure. Lin Ling looked at the man indifferently. I am a subordinate of the Heavenly Emperor of Supreme Polarity, one of the 5 gods of war, the Earth God of War. The armor seemed to admire Lin Ling's courage, so it revealed its origin. 5 war gods. Lin Ling was shocked. He had once read a mythical novel. The 5 war gods were incomparably powerful existences in the later stages of ancient times. Be careful. The earth war god roared and his body trembled. His feet slammed into the ground and he merged into it. A divine embryo of the 3rd rank. Lin Ling also sensed the terrifying aura coming at him, but at this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and then a wave of earth rushed out from under his feet, drowning Lin Ling. Looking at the front of the wave of earth, there were even more waves of earth coming at him. These waves of earth were mixed with an incomparably terrifying divine power. Clang! Lin Ling slashed out with all his strength, but when it landed on the wave of earth in front of him, a powerful rebound force came. Even someone as strong as Lin Ling felt pain in his hand. After his attack failed, Lin Ling immediately retreated. Rumble. As soon as he moved, the wave of earth drowned the place where he had been standing. What a powerful divine power. It's probably in the 300,000 range. Most importantly, there seems to be another power in the divine power. It's a divine staircase, and it should be of the earth element. Lin Ling, who was retreating, was shocked. The earth war god was indeed powerful. The earth war god's divine staircase is the stair of thick earth. He has just awakened not long ago, but he has already reached the sovereign rank. As long as he steps on the ground, the great Tao cannot be destroyed. If this goes on, the newcomer will definitely lose. He's definitely going to lose. However, he's just a newcomer, but they sent out the earth war god. I have to say, this newcomer will lose honorably. In the distance, the ancient gods had already retreated far away. At the same time, they were constantly discussing. As for Lei Gong's hall, it was the same. In their eyes, the earthen wave was incomparably terrifying. This type of earth was no longer ordinary earth. It was the divine earth of the ancient era. Pang pang pang. A figure weaved through the wave. It was Lin Ling. He would occasionally slash at the wave of earth, but the wave of earth's rebound force was even stronger than before. What a powerful divine staircase. It's getting fiercer and fiercer. Lin Ling was shocked. He decisively used the 3rd part of his innate talent fusion. His strength instantly rose. He gripped the blood sword and weaved through the earthen wave. The earth war god's divine staircase was at the sovereign rank, and Lin Ling's divine staircase was also at the sovereign rank. So, after the 3rd part of his innate talent fusion, the previously indestructible earthen wave was pierced through. The 3rd part of his innate talent fusion was too powerful. His physical strength was 10 million worlds worth of power. His divine power was 80,000 rays. His speed had reached 1.5 million worlds worth of speed. Among them, his physical strength was the most terrifying. Defeated. The earth war god chose a good time to attack. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 30 Tao realm fragments. At this moment, no one noticed Lin Ling in the earthen wave. Instead, they stared at the roiling earthen sea and spoke with envy. Xiao. But at this moment, the roiling earthen wave suddenly stopped. It froze in midair. Then, with a bang, it scattered down like sand. The sky was filled with earthen dust. It was a shocking sight. In the roiling dust, one could vaguely see a figure standing there. It was the earth war god. And at his neck, a large sword flashing with blood light hung there. Beside him stood a young man in a grey robe. You lost. A soft voice floated out at the same time. The earth war god didn't move. His eyes continued to flicker, as if he never thought he would lose. Once my divine stair took form, it would be like a heaven-sealing city. Even if a god attacked, it would be able to resist for a moment or two. But you defeated me before my divine stair took form. Then, the Earth War God seemed to think of something. He was shocked by Lin Ling's eyes and finally nodded helplessly. I admit defeat. 10 Dao realm fragments appeared in Lin Ling's Dao regression heavenly seat. How did he lose again? The Earth War God clearly had the upper hand. I don't know either. I saw the Earth War God's earthen wave constantly suppressing that rookie. When did that rookie come to the Earth War God's side? It looks like he has indeed hidden his strength. All the ancient gods stared at Lin Ling and discovered that Lin Ling's aura had changed. It carried a hint of nirvanic aura. The gray robe had also changed color, making it hard for anyone to forget it with a single glance. In the blink of an eye, he obtained 40 Dao realm fragments. Chapter 45-72. Who else wants to fight me? Originally, Lin Ling didn't want to pay attention to these ancient gods. However, he didn't want to miss out on the chance to obtain the Tao realm fragment by defeating them. Upon hearing this, all the ancient great gods fell silent. At first, they saw that Lin Ling was new and his strength was limited. However, Lin Ling had defeated 4 ancient gods in a row. Among them, the Earth War God was the most valuable. This made them realize that this newcomer's strength had actually surpassed many ancient gods. I've said it before. In my eyes, only mid-level gods can be considered great gods of ancient times. You are at most gods. Lin Ling saw that no one spoke. He spoke calmly, his voice full of sarcasm and disdain. The expressions of the ancient great gods turned ugly. A mere junior with a bit of strength, wasn't he being too arrogant? We've only cultivated for a short time. If we were at our peak, would you dare to say this in front of us? How arrogant! Many ancient gods said in low voices. Although they were not as strong as Lin Ling now, they were all indomitable ancient gods in their previous lives. How could they take this lying down? I've cultivated for a shorter time than you, right? However, Lin Ling retorted, leaving the ancient god speechless. This newcomer had just reached the Tao realm. Naturally, his cultivation time was much shorter than theirs. If you dare, then you dare. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. Lin Ling said again. Alright, I'll fight you. An ancient god couldn't take it anymore. He turned into wind and floated out. His entire body was wrapped in the fierce wind. This was Atlas Wind God. In the age of gods, he was an ancient god who controlled the wind and rain. He had once been conferred the title of a god. His strength was naturally his speed. However, in terms of wind, Lin Ling's talent, Wind Dragon, was also able to control wind and rain. Back then, this dragon ancestor had followed the Dragon King to control wind and rain. Atlas Wind God's strength was his speed. The fact that he could unleash the speed of 1,500,000 worlds made him one of the best among the lesser gods. Originally, he thought that even if he couldn't win, he would at least be able to maintain an undefeatable state. However, Lin Ling had already fused with the third stage of his innate talent, and the power of 1.5 million worlds erupted as well. Defeat. The fifth person lost in the blink of an eye. Following that, Lin Ling invited the ancient gods to battle again. The 6th battle, the 7th battle, all the way until the 10th battle. Everyone was shocked, including the Thunder God Great Hall. It was normal for Lin Ling to win 1 or 2 battles, but Lin Ling had won 10 battles in a row. Most importantly, his opponents were all ancient great gods who had cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Some of them had even cultivated for 100,000 years. I'm getting more and more curious about who this newcomer is. What era is he from? Moreover, he fought 10 ancient gods in a row. Won't his divine essence be exhausted? Everyone felt that it was inconceivable. He was simply a freak, a monster among low-level deities. He couldn't be measured according to common sense. Who else wants to battle me? At this time, Lin Ling also looked down on the ancient gods. His words also made them calm down. Although they didn't dare to battle Lin Ling, as ancient gods, they still weren't convinced by Lin Ling. Therefore, they all sneered and mocked Lin Ling for being a frog at the bottom of the well. He didn't know that outside the island, there were countless experts, and low-level deities could only hide in a corner and not dare to come out. This guy obtained 100 Tao state fragments in the blink of an eye. Someone said enviously. In the Tao realm, no one had obtained so many Tao state fragments as soon as they entered. His words also carried a hint of sowing discord. Kid, with your attitude, you won't go far in the Tao realm. I advise you to hand over 90 Tao state fragments to appease everyone's anger. At the same time, a dignified voice sounded. Someone seemed to be jealous of Lin Ling's great harvest, so he wanted to force Lin Ling to hand over the treasures. Lin Ling instantly smiled and looked at the person who spoke. His eyes were full of disdain. Previously, when he was fighting, no one came to stop him. Now, seeing that he had a great harvest, they immediately ran out to speak with a strong sense of righteousness. Did they think that Lin Ling was a fool? Are you going to hand it over or not? Seeing Lin Ling's sneer, the ancient god spoke again with a dignified voice. This also made many ancient gods look over. Then, they were all delighted. Taishian Water Spirit He Ling God. This was a mid-level deity, and also one of the few mid-level deities on this island. The difference between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity was like heaven and earth. No matter how strong a low-level deity was, at most, he could only barely block the attack of a mid-level deity. As for winning, that was something that would never happen. Now that a mid-level deity had appeared, wouldn't the newcomer obediently hand over the Tao state fragments? Are you the only one who wants my Tao state fragments? One person is too little. Lin Ling sneered and wasn't afraid at all. Count me in. Another voice rang out. Two men in cotton robes walked out with surging auras. Looking at the power of divinity they displayed, it was easily over 1,000,000 units. Taishian Fire Spirit He Ling God. As they gazed at the other man, they were shocked once more. Because this was another mid-level god. Just the two of you? Lin Ling looked at them from the corner of his eyes and still felt that it was too little. The two of us are enough. Although we can't get the Tao state fragments by killing you, you have to know that any god only has 3 chances to die here. Wasting one is one less chance. Do you really want to save those Tao state fragments to exchange for a life? Taishian Water Spirit He Ling God said coldly. His skin was dark, and he looked like a farmer. However, his eyebrows were very long, and he was imposing without being angry. This ancient god had been in the Tao state for a long time, so now he had recovered 70% of his strength. Do you also want to waste a life to rob me? Staring at the two, Lin Ling also spoke with a light smile. You're courting death. The two mid-level deities didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to threaten them. I gave you face, but you don't want it. If you want to die, then I'll comply with you. Taishian Fire Spirit He Ling God shouted angrily. He had a head of red hair, and his legs were bare. He looked like an ancient god. It's not certain who will die. White Water Maiden, Saint Gyi, kill them. After Lin Ling got the affirmation, he didn't waste any more time and said to Lei Gong in the distance. White Water Maiden. You want to fight 2 mid-level deities by yourself? You're courting death. And that kidney, what the hell is Gyi? I've never heard of it. Many ancient gods were watching a good show. As for the other mid-level deities on the island, they sneered. Previously, they also wanted to attack, but the 2 mid-level deities took the initiative. Now, a group of newcomers dared to fight against mid-level deities of the Tao state. They were asking for a slap in the face. Dong! However, just as this thought came to their minds, suddenly, a deafening sound rang out, causing the gods to feel dizzy. In a daze, they saw a huge ancient bell fall, smashing Taishian water spirit He Ling God to the ground. Even his shoes were sent flying. Chapter 45-73. Ah! Ah! The other barefooted celestial fire spirit, Honorable God Qi Ling, was dumbfounded. Then, his feet began to tremble. A mid-level deity was killed in one move. This was too strong. He's dead. He was taken away. In the dense forest, all the ancient gods opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were fixed on the ground. There was a huge ancient bell emitting an overbearing aura. Although the light on the ancient bell was gentle, it was very ancient. It was like the first ray of light at the beginning of the world. What kind of treasure is that? It looks like the Eastern Emperor bell. God, could this person be the successor of the Eastern Emperor Tai? I'm so jealous. The Eastern Emperor bell is one of the 10 great chaotic divine artifacts. It is said that those who are not of the Eastern Emperor bloodline cannot control it. One astonished cry after another could be heard. Those gods hiding in the distance all narrowed their eyes. To be able to kill a god with a single blow, if one didn't have absolute confidence, then it was best not to offend that primordial god. Hand over 100 Dao realm fragments and I will not send you off. Think about it, although the fragments are precious, your life is more important. In the Dao realm, there are only 3 lives. At this time, Lin Ling's calm voice was heard. However, when it fell into the ears of the celestial fire spirit, Honorable God Qi Ling, it was very loud. It was a direct threat. I'll give it to you. However, the Eastern Emperor bell was not something he could provoke. He estimated that unless he reached the late stage of the mid-level deity stage, he would not be able to resist it. Lin Ling immediately took the 100 Dao realm fragments. In a short period of time, he had obtained 200 Dao realm fragments. Moreover, this was his first time here. Although he could not dominate this place, at least no one dared to provoke him. And the fact was indeed so. In terms of low-level deities, Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all. In terms of mid-level deities, the Eastern Emperor bell was showing off. In a place like this island, unless one had absolute confidence, they would not dare to provoke Lin Ling and his group. Huh, interesting. This mythical island finally has a good ancient god. Good, after I pass the Dao barrier, I will meet you. Suddenly, a loud shout came from afar. The sound was rolling and it formed a heaven and earth roulette, soaring into the sky. The power of this divine fetus had probably reached the 3rd grade. However, judging from his aura, he had the strength of a low-level deity. No wonder he dared to challenge Lin Ling. Very clearly, this person was eyeing Lin Ling's Dao realm fragment. Of course, after experiencing the previous great battle, the ordinary great gods of ancient times didn't dare to rashly come out to battle. However, this person was still confident, which meant that he should have some ability. 6 celestial lords of the Southern Dipper, Celestial Lord Du Xing, that old fox. Many people stared into the distance, their eyes solemn. Speaking of which, Star Lord Du Xing wasn't a great god from the primordial era, but had come from the primordial era. However, he was cunning and specialized in deceiving Dao realm fragments. Thus, his speed of growth was very fast, and his foundation was very deep. According to legend, he had even fought a medium god and was in an undefeated state. To be able to remain undefeated as a lesser god was extremely rare. If this person were to become a mid-level deity, his power would probably increase by 200 times. Moreover, it was precisely because of how cunning this person was that ordinary lesser gods didn't dare fight him because they were afraid that he would cheat them of their Dao realm fragments if they lost. Who is this? Lin Ling looked into the distance and asked calmly. Star Lord Du Xing is one of the 6 Star Lords of the Southern Dipper. During the Age of the Gods, he was conferred the title of a god by the Celestial Emperor. Now that he has his eyes on you, you'd better watch out. A crisp voice rang out. Among the 7 fairies, one of the oldest beauties smiled and said. Where is he now? Lin Ling asked again. The Dao barrier is the only way to leave the island. Usually, ancient great gods who have just reached the Dao realm will be trapped in a place. If they want to leave, they have to walk out of the Dao barrier. People like us are among those who have been trapped on the island. Some of us have been trapped on the island for 30 million years. The woman smiled. How is that possible? Hearing that, the young demon lord immediately frowned. How could they endure being trapped on the island for 30 million years? You're ignorant. The woman looked at the young demon lord disdainfully. Firstly, this island is very big. It's definitely not boring to cultivate here. Secondly, it's not like we can't leave. It's just that we have to return to the void of the universe where we are. Thirdly, and this is also the most important thing. Do you think we want to be trapped here? I'll tell you. You know, outside the island, the gods are even stronger. The Dao realm is for our safety. That's why there's a Dao barrier. Of course, if you don't want to leave through the Dao barrier, there's a river in the distance. You can leave by leaping over the river. What's so great about that river? The young demon lord was annoyed that he was being looked down upon by a beauty. Unfortunately, he had not passed by the Yellow River before and did not know how terrifying it was. Lin Ling, Bai Shui, and Su Nu had left before. Therefore, Lin Ling explained, there are countless ancient giant crocodiles hidden in the river. They are very strong. Even an intermediate celestial would find it difficult to leap over them. That's so scary. The young demon lord's expression changed instantly. Then, he looked at the beauty with shame. What's a Dao barrier? Lin Ling also looked at the beauty and asked. He, a Dao barrier is a layer of fog. There are 9 layers in total. Only by breaking through them can one have a chance to leave. Currently, there are only about 30,000 primordial gods who have left the island. The rest are still trying to break through the Dao barrier, the beauty said with a smile. Lin Ling nodded. It seemed that if they wanted to meet the gods of this era, they had to break through the Dao barrier. Moreover, there were many intermediate celestials here. This meant that if they wanted to leave the Dao barrier, it did not depend on their cultivation level. Alright, let's find a place to rest. Lin Ling did not plan to stay any longer. He led the people from Lei Gong's palace and left. Looking at Lin Ling and his group, the primordial gods narrowed their eyes. Not only were they unhappy, but they also felt great pressure. If there was someone among this group of newcomers who left the island faster than them, they would be greatly embarrassed. Lin Ling did not care about what they were thinking. He continued to move forward. Then, he realized that the island was indeed very big. It was comparable to a prefecture in the 9 states. Moreover, there were birds chirping and flowers blooming here. Whether it was the flowers, grass, or rocks, the spiritual energy was rich. It was as if it had existed since the beginning of time. What an ancient spiritual energy. Yu and the others all liked this place. This was because even if they did not cultivate on the island, their cultivation level would still improve slowly. Let's go there. Then, Lin Ling pointed at a forest in front of them. As there were not many mountains on the island, it was a flat land. Therefore, they chose a random location. Everyone started to set up camp. They took out their usual living things. Some people were even responsible for building the cave houses. Everything was in good order. This piece of land also belonged to Lei Gong's palace. Chapter 45-74. My lord, that won't do. Lin Ling, there's no need. You can keep the fragments. Everyone waved their hands. Nanwu Fengyun smiled. Lin Ling, we came to the Dao realm to cultivate. Everyone has to find the fragments themselves, not rely on you for everything. Otherwise, how can we cultivate? Besides, even if you help us this time, can you help us forever? In the long run, this will be of great help. It won't be good for us. Yes, everyone has their own path. Although we are all from the Great Hall of Lei Gong, we have to walk our own paths. Young Qilin said. Dao realm fragments were the key for gods to become stronger. The process of obtaining them was also a form of cultivation. If one had to rely on others for everything, then even if one's cultivation level was high enough, one's state of mind and understanding of the great Dao would not meet the requirements. How about this? I'll keep 100 fragments and give the rest to everyone. In fact, Lin Ling knew this as well. However, since everyone had just arrived, he wanted to help them. Shengyi, you take it. You contributed the most this time. Everyone looked at Shengyi. Shengyi scratched the back of his head awkwardly. He was a little embarrassed to accept it. Although he had contributed a lot, the one who led the Great Hall of Lei Gong and brought the Great Hall of Lei Gong to glory was Lord Lin Ling. Shengyi's wish was to see the Great Hall of Lei Gong grow stronger and resolve the regrets of the past Lei Gong. Take it. Lin Ling said. He was a little speechless. Shengyi was not afraid of the gods of Ling Nation. Why was he so embarrassed? All right, I'll take it. Shengyi finally nodded. However, he planned to use it to exchange for treasures to improve the Great Hall of Lei Gong's strength. Everyone, look around and see if you can find a way to collect the fragments. After that, cultivate yourselves and become stronger so that we can get out of here as soon as possible. Lin Ling said to the crowd. However, many people were deep in thought. In the end, they raised their heads and looked at Lin Ling. It was all thanks to you that we were able to enter the Dao realm. However, we feel that with our current strength, we still can't cultivate here. Therefore, we plan to return to the void of the 9 states first and wait until our strength reaches the God realm. Enter here again. That works too. Lin Ling nodded. Just as he was about to say something, Saint Guy said, later, I'll take a look at the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal and find some cultivation treasures for you. You can take them back to the 9 prefectures. That way, you'll be able to cultivate faster. You can come back when you're late lesser gods. Alright. Many people had the same idea. Only those gods who had reached late-stage low god level would stay here. Of course, powerful gods like the giant ghost, even if they had yet to reach late-stage low god realm, would still be able to stay because of their formidable strength. Lin Ling, I saw many ancient great gods by the river. It seems that the Yellow River can increase one's strength. Let's go there and try cultivating when we have time. Anue returned with the Xian Yuan Gu. Sure, but be careful. There are ancient giant crocodiles in the river. If you're not careful, they can easily kill you. Lin Ling nodded. Lin Ling, when I was looking at the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal, I found a mission in there that seems to be fishing for Dao fish. The Dao fish is nearby. I heard that the process of fishing can increase one's understanding of the great Dao. You can also exchange the Dao fish for Dao fragments. At this moment, Yu also spoke. There are such things in the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal? Lin Ling was a little curious. That's right. Other than that, there are other missions. For example, cutting down a type of divine tree. When you reach a certain number, you can exchange it for Dao fragments. Whitewater Pure Maiden explained. She was also looking at the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal. There's also planting divine herbs. That seems to work too. But there are many missions in the Dao Requital Demi-Immortal. The others began to speak one after another. It seems that the Dao realm arranged all these to train the ancient god's state of mind. Lin Ling had also guessed a few things. This was because the gods who could enter this place all had powerful backgrounds. Moreover, after they recovered their memories, it was inevitable that they would be impatient. They could not wait to regain their past strength as soon as possible. Thus, the Tao realm had made such an arrangement so that they could put down their impatient hearts and be more patient. Recover their strength. In this way, when they recovered their former strength, their strength would most likely be even more powerful. The Tao realm, is everything to fight against the will of the world? Lin Ling looked at the sky and mumbled to himself. Then, he started to worry about the Kurishin and the others. He didn't know where they would appear in the Tao realm. Then, everyone, go do your own things. Lin Ling said to the others. Then, they left in 2s and 3s. Some returned to the void of the 9 states, and some continued to cultivate here. Everyone walked a different path, so they didn't gather together. Instead, they scattered around the island to try their own opportunities. They would only come back here when they were cultivating. Lin Ling wasn't worried about their safety. After the previous incident, the ancient gods on the island knew that Lei Gong's hall wasn't to be trifled with. Therefore, the people in Lei Gong's hall scattered. Although there might be some small troubles, it wasn't to the point of life and death. These small troubles were the setbacks and difficulties that every god had to face. Lin Ling was their leader, but he couldn't help them in every way. Moreover, Lin Ling also had his own path to walk. Tao returned to heaven. Lin Ling started to check the Tao return to heaven. His consciousness immediately entered a white space. This space was like the primordial clouds at the beginning of the world. In the ancient clouds, endless vitality filled the air. It was like the first breath of life in the world. However, on the other side, in the grey clouds, rolling death aura was also rolling. Life and death seemed to represent the most ancient great Tao of the universe. What a magnificent power! Lin Ling stood on the primordial clouds and looked into the distance. He felt a sense of disdain. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a treasure light in front of him. It was mixed with lightning and illuminated the sky. The treasure light was very ancient. It was like the light of a saint. Then, more and more treasure light appeared. There were a total of 18 lights. Looking over, on the primordial clouds, the 18 lights illuminated the world. It made people feel like they were worshipping it. Lin Ling quietly observed for a long time. After knowing that there was no danger, he slowly walked over. He didn't know if other people would have such a scene when checking the Tao return to heaven, but his Tao return to heaven was different. It shocked him. As he walked forward, a huge rock appeared in front of him. The rock was like a mountain, floating in the clouds. The 18 lights wrapped around it, and lines of ancient words were faintly discernible. Heaven-mending stone, replenishing yin and yang, stabilizing the universe. Chapter 45-75. As he got closer, Lin Ling realized that the heaven-mend stone was the true Tao return to heaven seat. Any treasure could be exchanged here, and the treasures inside seemed to have been collected for several eras. Not only were there magical treasures and techniques, but there were also divine fetuses, treasures, and so on. There were too many of them. If he wanted to see them all at once, he would need great strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling could be considered an ancient god, so after spending some time, he could finish looking. It turned out that this stone not only had all kinds of treasures, but also missions from the Tao realm. Lin Ling even saw the Tao realm. The final reward was actually the Tao realm. Could it be that he had obtained the entire Tao realm? However, when Lin Ling wanted to look carefully, the words after the Tao realm appeared in a haze, blocking everything. Looks like I don't have enough foundation to check. Lin Ling guessed secretly. Then, Lin Ling saw the Tao pagoda. In the square prison, the Rainbow Cloud ancestor had said that the Tao pagoda was one of the most mysterious places in the Tao realm. However, only after becoming a mid-level god would he be qualified to explore it. The Tao realm is omnipotent. If I can get it, I will be a true god of creation. I can get wind and rain if I want it. Lin Ling licked his lips, looking forward to the Tao realm. Of course, he believed that any ancient god in the Dao realm would want to use the Dao realm for themselves. First, I need to find a suitable treasure for my cultivation. Lin Ling kept looking. Now, he had 5 mid-level god fetuses and did not plan to improve his talent for the time being. As for his cultivation, he felt that he needed some foundation to break through. After all, he had 7 dantians, and it was more difficult for him to break through than other gods. As for treasures, techniques, and so on. Lin Ling had the tyrannical Song sword and the ancient Quafu sun-chasing boots. He did not plan to exchange for any treasures for the time being. As for techniques, Lin Ling had the Stare of Wisdom and Panga's attack. He also had the Chaos Divine formula. These techniques had not been cultivated to the extreme, so there was no need to exchange for techniques. Moreover, a mere 100 fragments of the Dao realm could not be exchanged for any good techniques. Therefore, his goal was to increase his foundation. He recalled the Southern Dipper's 6-star monarch, Calamity Traversing Star Monarch. This person's reputation wasn't good, so he was probably very strong. Therefore, it was better to make more preparations so that he wouldn't be killed once or owe a large number of Dao realm fragments. On the other hand, one's foundation was divided into many aspects. There was the comprehension of the Grand Tao, the tempering of one's mental state, the improvement of one's fleshly body, the improvement of one's soul, the improvement of one's natural talent, and the improvement of one's godly energy and godly steps. However, with Lin Ling's current Dao realm fragment, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it even if he had many foundations. My soul force and physical strength aren't weak at all. The reason why I was able to win 10 battles in a row was because of the endurance of my physical strength. However, my godly power has always been my weak point. My base level is only 30,000. When the other ancient great gods used their full strength, their godly power could reach 200,000. Lin Ling finally came to a decision. He chose to increase his power of divinity. I choose you. Lin Ling investigated for a long time and finally came to a decision. What he chose was something called the Enlightenment Seahorse, and it required 100 Dao realm shards to exchange for it. This seahorse was born at the beginning of the universe and had witnessed the birth, prosperity, and changes of the universe. It could use the light of life to enhance the great Dao comprehension of ancient great gods. Rumble, rumble, rumble. As soon as he exchanged for the treasure, Lin Ling realized that the scenery around him had changed. He was surrounded by mountains, and he was floating at the bottom of the mountains. If he could reach the top, he would be able to see all the mountains below. Looking up, the sky was filled with light. A huge brown seahorse was floating there. Its body was a glassy color, and it was so clear that one could see the changes within. However, the seahorse's interior was like the beginning of chaos, with dense mist lingering. The seahorse's inhuman eyes looked down at Lin Ling. Those eyes seemed to be able to speak. It seemed to be saying that 10 Dao realm shards could only allow one to comprehend Dao for 10 days. How much one comprehended would depend on one's fate. What an ancient thing! Lin Ling was shocked. From the seahorse's body, he could sense the most ancient vitality and death. It formed a life and death will aura that emanated constantly. The origins of this spiritual seahorse could be traced back to the beginning of the world. Moreover, it was only for 10 days. This meant that many gods were using the Enlightenment Seahorse. As long as one had a Dao realm shard, they would summon it. Let's begin. Lin Ling nodded. The light of enlightenment is very difficult to summon. If you overestimate yourself and force yourself to continue, it is very likely that you will waste one of your lives. Therefore, gods who have already wasted 2 lives are not allowed to summon the Enlightenment Seahorse. The seahorse stared coldly at Lin Ling, and a voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind. Next, the seahorse gently spat out an endless amount of light like rain. At that moment, the mountains were also illuminated with a peerless divine light. It was very breathtaking. The little bits of light covered Lin Ling, making Lin Ling's body feel warm. It was as if he was bathing in the sun. Lin Ling could not help but moan. This was the first time in his life that he had felt such comfortable sunlight. At that moment, Lin Ling felt that the realm-swallowing beast had given birth to a power. It was the power of a god. The realm-swallowing beast had always been increasing Lin Ling's physical strength so that Lin Ling would have a strong defense. This was the first time it had given birth to the power of a god. Of course, this did not mean that the realm-swallowing beast did not have the power of a god. It was just that Lin Ling rarely cultivated this talent. The power of a god was slowly increasing. At some point, Lin Ling did not even need to comprehend it. However, Lin Ling knew that this was because his talent and foundation were too good. That was why the power of a god was increasing crazily. Unknowingly, it has reached 10,000. Lin Ling was shocked. Then, he became excited. However, towards the end, the increase started to slow down. It was as if after the potential was stimulated, it slowly returned to normal. At the same time, Lin Ling felt that the light around him started to heat up. It was no longer as warm as the sun. I see. Lin Ling instantly knew that the seahorse could not hold on any longer. It meant that the light was constantly getting hotter. What made Lin Ling feel strange was that this heat was not the heat of fire. It was more like the heat of life. The realm-swallowing beast's talent had increased by 15,000 power of a god. Finally, it returned to normal. However, the talent of the evil spirit's tribulation body had also been stimulated. Its potential had skyrocketed. This caused the power of a god to increase like flowing water. Of course, during this process, Lin Ling felt that his skin had started to blister. The heat of life given by the light was too strong. No matter how strong his physical defense was, it was difficult to resist. Hold on. Lin Ling gritted his teeth and bathed in the light. Time passed quietly. The evil spirit's tribulation body had increased by 20,000 power of a god. There's more. Chapter 45-76. He had never thought that when his life force reached the limit, it would be so terrifying. At this moment, he wished he could feel the aura of death. Of course, he also knew that only with the nourishment of life force could the potential of the divine embryos be stimulated and surpass their limits. The third to be stimulated was the Vajra Bodhi. The limit of this talent was very strong. The power of divinity increased explosively at the beginning. It reached 30,000 strands of power of divinity. Lin Ling was also trembling with excitement. This Dao realm was worthy of its name. 100 strands of Dao realm fragments had caused his strength to soar. However, the process of Dao enlightenment was also very painful. Gradually, the skin on Lin Ling's body began to crack. Blood and flesh began to appear and drip down like candles. And he had not experienced the feeling of his body being injured in a long time. After a long time, the Vajra Bodhi reached its limit and the progress slowed. All the life force began to flow into another divine embryo. This was the wind dragon's talent. Ka ka ka. The wind dragon's divine power skyrocketed, but Lin Ling's flesh and blood were all burned to ashes. They fell to the bottom of the mountains and sprouted because their life force was too vigorous. Then, they all turned into children and started to grow crazily. This was because of the avatar of the true body, the nascent soul Great Tao body. Looking at the sky, there was only a white skeleton floating there. In the white skeleton's dantian, a blinding light bloomed like the sun, and a terrifying power was constantly spitting out. This white skeleton was naturally Lin Ling. Using the white skeleton to block the light of Dao enlightenment in the sky, Lin Ling's pressure was undoubtedly reduced by a lot. Luckily, I have the heavenly dragon bones. White bone skeleton spat out human words, and its teeth also made a rattling sound. Deep within the white skeleton, a dim Buddhist light flickered. At a closer look, the white skeleton looked like a human, but in fact, it was more like a dragon skeleton. There are 3 more talents. Next, Lin Ling sensed that the wind dragon's power of divinity was weakening. Clearly, it had reached its limit. But there were still 3 more. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The next was the Thunder Lock True Body. The wild power of divinity transformed into thunder that spread throughout the white bone. Unfortunately, it couldn't block the illumination of the light of enlightenment in the sky. The surging life force poured into Lin Ling's bones, causing cracks to appear on his bones. Ka ka ka. Some bone fragments fell off and smashed into the mountains. The bone fragments that were as big as leaves actually smashed a divine mountain into pieces. From this, it could be seen how much life force was suppressed by the bone. Hurry up, hurry up. Lin Ling kept shouting. He didn't know how long he could hold on like this. However, the more he looked forward to time, the slower it seemed. A day felt like a year. This was Lin Ling's current experience. Quietly, Luai's true body retreated, and the flame of the human monarch appeared. Ka ka ka. However, more and more of Lin Ling's bones peeled off. His arms, thighs, and in the end, only his upper body was left. Ka ka ka. Not long after, his head also fell off. Upon closer inspection, only his chest was left. However, there seemed to be a small sun within his chest, and the light was even more dazzling. That was where his 7 dantians were located. As for Lin Ling, he entered a semi-conscious state. However, at the crucial moment, a bone-chilling cold aura spread out, causing the fiery life force to dim a little. Of course, it didn't last long, and it only had a slight effect. It was the primal chaos divine formula. This first cultivation technique sensed life force and was actually refining it. Ka ka ka. When the bones in his chest began to peel off, only a blazing sun was left in the sky. However, upon closer inspection, that blazing sun was still connected to bits of broken bones. Fortunately, he had finally reached the heavenly dragon's bones. This was also Lin Ling's current strongest divine embryo talent, reaching the 3rd grade. This talent could also stimulate his potential for a longer period of time. In the end, Lin Ling's consciousness was already blurred. Only his soul force was shouting, "Hold on, hold on." A powerful consciousness was supporting him. This consciousness was accumulated from the trials and tribulations that Lin Ling had experienced since he started learning martial arts. Today, this consciousness had reached a point where it could make one's hair stand on end. It was also because of this consciousness that it was supporting his soul force. This was because Lin Ling's enormous soul force had been injected with endless life force, and it began to feel a burning sensation. This burning sensation caused Lin Ling to feel as if he had entered a brand new world. It was as if he had his own great Tao, a martial Tao that he had created himself. In the haze, he saw an empty area. Several voices were talking about the great Tao, talking about the creation of heaven and earth. These voices seemed to belong to the most ancient God of creation. And among them, there was even the will of the world. Furthermore, when these voices noticed Lin Ling, they all said to Lin Ling, "Fellow Daoist, you're back." However, Lin Ling didn't know if these fantasies were just illusions or if he was dreaming of Hongmeng, but they left him confused. At a certain moment, when Lin Ling felt his mind go blank, he had already fallen into a deep sleep. In the sky, the light in the seahorse's mouth continued to weaken. The light of life also gradually disappeared. However, the seahorse calmly looked down at the large ball of light that was like the sun. With the strength of a lesser god, you actually lasted for 10 days. You're the first person in the Tao realm. The seahorse spoke in human language. This was because the light of enlightenment was used by many intermediate gods and even superior gods. However, for a lesser god, the only one who could last for 10 days was Lin Ling. Of course, this wasn't because the other ancient gods didn't want to try to last for 10 days. It was because they couldn't reach the limit of 10 days. This was because their divine embryos didn't have as much talent as Lin Ling. Dao Realm. I'll reward you with 10 Dao Realm fragments and record them in the Dao Pagoda. The seahorse gradually disappeared, and the entire void began to shake. Mountains collapsed, and thousands of trees were uprooted. The bone fragments and flesh on the ground seemed to flow in reverse as they shot towards the sun in the sky. Countless bones turned into a ball of bones. Sometimes they turned into dragon bones, sometimes they turned into human bones. When the flesh and blood returned, a human figure finally quietly condensed. At the same time, in the Dao realm, the ancient gods looked at the Dao Pagoda and discovered that there was an additional line of mysterious words. It seemed to say that a lesser god had comprehended the Dao for 10 days. A lesser god, amazing. The eyes of many ancient gods flickered. They guessed that if this lesser god reached the intermediate god level, his strength would be incomparably terrifying. Lin Ling didn't know any of this. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the sky falling and the earth cracking. The mountain world he was in before was constantly collapsing. In the end, only he was left standing in the void. After that, a mysterious force pulled him back into the primordial cloud. 10 Dao Realm fragments. As he stared at the gigantic heaven-mend stone, Lin Ling felt as if he was in a dream. Soon after, he also noticed that there were now 10 more Tao Realm fragments that were originally empty. This seemed to be the reward for him from the Dao Realm. Look at the divine power. Chapter 45-77. Crazy. Once one comprehended the Dao, one would reach the heavens in a single bound. As expected of the Dao Realm. Wow! Lin Ling was very clear that if this kind of enlightenment process were to take place in the void of the 9 prefectures, it would be impossible to achieve it without 100,000 years. But now, his foundation as a low-level deity had become even stronger, and he was even closer to becoming a mid-level deity. There was a huge divide between a mid-level deity and a low-level deity. This divide also stopped countless deities. Even the reincarnations and inheritances of ancient deities could not return to their deity thrones and become mid-level deities in a short period of time. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ling began to return to his deity thrones. He was still in the forest where Lei Gong's hall was stationed. The surroundings were quiet, and there were 2 deities standing quietly in the distance. They were the experts of Lei Gong's hall. It was obvious that they had seen Lin Ling in seclusion, so they were secretly guarding Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and stood up. "My lord, you have come out of seclusion." The 2 deities noticed Lin Ling standing up and walked over. "How long have I been in seclusion?" Lin Ling asked. "My lord, you have not been in seclusion for long. Only a little more than a month." The 2 deities replied at the same time. "A little more than a month?" Lin Ling was shocked because he felt that only 10 days had passed. He did not expect that he had endured in the light of enlightenment for so long. Did anything happen during this period of time? Lin Ling asked again. The 2 deities wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, one of them said, "There was no big trouble, but when Lady Yu and the others were fishing, they encountered a few rascals." "What? Someone dared to touch you?" Hearing that, Lin Ling's face instantly turned ugly. They didn't dare to act recklessly, but they had their eyes on the place where Lady Yu and the others were fishing. They negotiated with Lady Yu and the others and offered 10 Dao Realm shards in exchange for it. However, Lady Yu and the others rejected the offer, so they started to harass Yu and the others every day. That's right, Lord Sakura and the others are all angry. Originally, they wanted to teach them a lesson, but the other party didn't cause any trouble. They were just making a ruckus, which made it difficult for Lord Sakura and the others to make a move. The 2 of them fought to be the first to speak. How shameless! Lin Ling cursed. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "Where are Saint Guyi and the others?" He guessed that if treasure god Nanwu Fengyu and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to act so arrogantly. On the third day of Lord's seclusion, they went to the miasma barrier and haven't come out yet. As for God Emperor Zhang and Giant Ghost, they returned to the 9 continents void and said that they would be back in 3 months. The two replied. Lin Ling nodded. The miasma barrier was the only way out of the island, so the ancient gods on the island naturally placed their attention on the miasma barrier. White Water and Plain Lady were no exception. As for God Emperor Zhang and the others, Lin Ling guessed that something happened in Lei Gong's Great Hall and they went back to help. However, in the current 9 continents void, the strongest gods had entered the Dao realm, so what happened in the 9 continents void was probably just a small matter. Let's go, bring me to Yu's side. Lin Ling said to the two. Now, Lei Gong's Great Hall was a little famous on the island, but the other party still dared to provoke Lei Gong's Great Hall. Their background was probably not simple. After a long time, a dense bamboo forest appeared in front of them. These bamboos were very ancient, and there were patterns of lightning and fire on the bamboo. If placed in the 9 continents void, these bamboos would be rare treasures. And in the bamboo forest, there were clear springs everywhere. The water was hazy, and colorful lights filled the air. It was very mysterious. When the lights reflected, Lin Ling felt as if he was looking through the clear springs and seeing the primal chaos realm. It was as if he had traveled through time and space. And what surprised Lin Ling the most was that all the lights reflected by the clear springs formed a colorful mist in the air. When one walked in it, it was as if they had entered the path of Dao. Dao enlightenment. Lin Ling was shocked. No wonder so many ancient gods were fishing here. It turned out that not only could they cultivate their temperament, they could also comprehend the Dao. If one stayed here for a long time, their divine energy would definitely increase. Of course, the effects of these lights were ultimately not as good as the Dao Enlightenment seahorse. A cycle of clear springs, a cycle of time. Not far away, an old man was surrounded by divine light. It was obvious that he had broken through. Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Then, he ignored him and walked forward in the bamboo forest. Amitabha, good, good. My Buddha is merciful. The sun and moon are unparalleled. Benefactor, why are you so stubborn? At this time, an ancient voice came from the front. Not far away, beside a clear spring, 2 men in monk robes sat there. Through the clear spring in front of them, it was as if they could see through the mysteries of heaven and earth. These 2 men were not old, but their auras were extraordinary. It was as if they were the reincarnations of Buddha. And their voices were not soft. The Buddha's voice clearly affected the people around them. However, the ancient gods around them seemed to be worried, so they only cursed and did not dare to provoke them. Looking at the clear spring not far away, there was another clear spring, but this one was clearly different. The mist was like water vapor, and in the clear spring, one could vaguely see that there were fish swimming freely in the clear spring. These fish were extraordinary. It was as if they were not swimming in water, but in the long river of time. Obviously, this clear spring was more ancient and vast than the other clear springs. Because of this, many people wanted to comprehend Tao by this clear spring, so that their path of martial arts would be firmer. Unfortunately, to encounter such a clear spring, it depended on luck. It could only be encountered by chance. And now, beside this clear spring were Yu and the other 2 women. They sat quietly by the spring, each with their own beauty. They were playing with the fish in the spring, forming a beautiful scene. The ancient gods knew that these 3 women were the group of newcomers. So, even if they were jealous, they did not dare to provoke them. Only the 2 monks were not satisfied. So, not far away, they kept harassing Yu and the other 2 women. Lin Ling watched quietly from afar. In an instant, he knew what was going on. His face turned uglier. The 2 monks kept talking about Buddha, but he did not see the benevolence of the Buddha god. Brother Ling. At this moment, Yu looked around and saw Lin Ling not far away. She smiled happily. Lin Ling also walked over. Of course, during this process, the two monks also narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling. They had naturally heard a little about this newcomer, Lin Ling. It was said that this newcomer was one of the best among the son of a low-level deity, and he had the support of a powerful mid-level deity. Are we leaving? One of the monks wanted to back out. Originally, they did not want to provoke Yu and the others. But they were too jealous of the clear spring. Later, when they saw that there were no experts to support them while harassing Yu and the others, they gradually became bolder. Moreover, they had a good relationship with a low-level deity. That person was very powerful. On the island, many people did not dare to provoke him. This made them even bolder. Chapter 45-78. That's true. Hearing that, the first monk nodded. Lin Ling. Anuer and the others stood up to welcome Lin Ling. The Xian Yuan Gu stared at the two shameless monks and was about to tell them what had happened. I know. However, Lin Ling smiled at the Xian Yuan Gu Although the two monks didn't attack Yu and the rest, they were still making a racket not far away. They were clearly looking for trouble. Brother Ling, they are related to Buddhism after all. So just give them a word of advice. Don't make things too awkward. Yu knew Lin Ling's temper, so she could not bear it and tried to persuade him. Of course, the most important thing was that in the past half a month, she had seen many powerful ancient gods on the island. Their strength was not much weaker than Lin Ling's. However, they were not 100% confident that they could defeat Lin Ling, so they did not dare to provoke Lin Ling. Don't worry, I've always been a reasonable person. Lin Ling nodded and walked towards the two monks step by step. This caused many of the ancient gods in the bamboo forest who were comprehending the Tao to look over, and their eyes trembled. The newcomer had finally appeared. Moreover, he seemed to be looking for trouble with Miao Tan and Fan Xiang. Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are the reincarnations of the Buddha child. They were the 18 Sangaras under the Buddha god. This newcomer dares to not give face to the Buddha god? Miao Tan and Fan Xiang are lantern essences from the Chaos realm. They have a strong background and are very close to the 6 stars Lord of the Southern Dipper. Du Xing provoking them is the same as provoking Du Xing. However, even though I don't like that newcomer, I dislike those two bald donkeys even more. Back then, their origins were indeed not small. However, they have reincarnated and recultivated. Their current strength is not much stronger. What are they being so arrogant for? The sound of whispers quietly rang out in the bamboo forest. Among the ancient gods in the Tao realm, some of them were extremely powerful back in the day and dominated the era, but after reincarnating, they were very weak. Some of them were ordinary back in the day, but after reincarnating, they were extremely powerful. Therefore, in the Tao realm, strength was the most important factor. His strength in the past could only mean that he was not strong in the past or in the future. When Lin Ling came to the side of the clear spring of the two monks, he just stood there quietly, causing the two monks to frown and immediately feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Is there anything I can help you with? Sir, just because you're fishing doesn't mean that others can't speak. So, I don't think we've offended you. The faces of the two turned cold, as if they were very reasonable. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. One of the monks narrowed his eyes and said, Amitabha, Du Adversity Star Lord has been looking for you. He has an opportunity with you. You should go to the fog barrier and wait for Du Adversity Star Lord to come out. He seemed to be reminding, but in fact, he was also threatening Lin Ling. What he meant was that among the lower gods on the island, Du Adversity Star Lord was the most powerful. If he offended them, Du Adversity Star Lord would definitely find trouble with him. However, Lin Ling still didn't say anything. This also caused the two monks to suddenly feel immense pressure. Ignore him. Buddha says that if a mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? The two monks no longer paid attention to Lin Ling. Suddenly, the clear spring in front of them was filled with dense light, and they could vaguely see a Dao fish slowly taking the bait. This also caused them to be shocked. They had finally caught a Dao fish. Being able to catch a Dao fish was not only an affirmation of their martial heart, but if they could bring the fish up, it could also increase their divine power and could be used to exchange for Dao realm fragments. However, just as they were about to reel in the fish, a loud roar suddenly rang out. Pa pa pa. The fishing rods in the hands of the two monks, which were condensed from divine essence, were so frightened that they shattered. And the Dao fish that they had caught with great difficulty was also frightened away. Your Excellency! The two monks immediately flew into a rage and turned to look at Lin Ling behind them. Your Excellency, when fishing a Dao fish, it doesn't mean that others can't speak. Lin Ling also looked at them and smiled faintly. Damn it! The two monks were stunned, and veins instantly appeared on their foreheads. This person was doing it on purpose. He was also returning an eye for an eye. Your so-called mirror has no stand, where can it attract dust? In my opinion, that's just a fart. It's just a scare, but you were actually scared to the point that your divine essence collapsed. Your Buddha's heart should be strengthened. Lin Ling said again. Your Excellency, don't court death. One of the monks seemed to be unable to hold back. However, the other monk advised, Miao Tan, ignore him. He's probably angering us. Don't be angry, don't be angry. Thinking of Lin Ling's strength, they still didn't dare to attack and continued to fish calmly. However, Lin Ling was still standing behind them, making them feel as if a fishbone was stuck in their throats. When the experts in the distance saw this, they all laughed. These two of the 18 Sangarans did not learn anything from befriending Calamity traversing Star Lord. Instead, they learned how to be despicable and shameless. The most ironic thing was that after these two monks cheated others, they even righteously said that this was karma. But now, the wicked would naturally be dealt with by the wicked. The wind rises, the clouds rise, and the might of the sea returns home. Brave warriors guard the four directions. And when the two monks ignored Lin Ling, a thunderous explosion suddenly came from behind them. It shocked the two monks so much that their arms trembled. The fishing rod formed by divine essence collapsed once again. They were so angry that their faces were trembling. They knew that this newcomer was doing it on purpose. Endure, they had to endure. The two of them suddenly gritted their teeth and used their divine powers to block everything from the outside world. Don't you see the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Don't you see the white hair of the bright mirror, like black hair that turns to snow in the evening? One must enjoy life to the fullest, making the golden goblet empty to the moon. I'm born to be useful, and gold will come back after being scattered. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cows for pleasure, drinking 300 cups in one go. However, Lin Ling used his powerful divine power as if it was a large hand, constantly pouring his voice into the ears of the two monks. You want to calm your heart? Calm your ass. Boom. The two monks nearly vomited blood as if they had gone berserk. And this time, they could not hold it in any longer. They stood up and turned to glare at Lin Ling angrily. What? You can't even recite a poem? However, Lin Ling had a look of indifference on his face. The two monks were so angry that they were stunned and speechless. And the gods who were quietly observing from afar could not help but laugh at this moment. Now, this was the real cause and effect. How could one not wet their shoes if they stood by the riverside? You are forcing us to take action and enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. The two monks knew that this newcomer wanted to waste time with them from the bottom of his heart. Therefore, if they did not chase this newcomer away, they would not be able to comprehend the Tao. Yes, so what? Lin Ling narrowed his eyes as he looked at them. He was not afraid at all. Your Excellency, today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Die. One of the monks could not hold it in any longer. He released his divine essence, wanting to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Miao Tan, no. Chapter 45-79. As the saying goes, try peaceful means before resorting to force. The other party did not attack Yu Yu and the others, but chose to harass them. Therefore, Lin Ling gave them face and did not attack at the beginning. Now, they actually dared to attack first. Then, there was no need to reason. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, breaking the sun and moon. His power was magnificent. The Buddhist monk's righteous power was shattered by the punch. At the same time, Lin Ling's punch landed on his cheek, causing him to vomit 3 liters of blood. His teeth were also in the blood. Cultivate Buddha my ass. You can't win the argument and you attack. You're forcing my hand. Lin Ling said regretfully after severely injuring the Buddhist monk with 1 punch. It was as though he had no choice but to attack. However, since Lin Ling had decided to attack, he would go all the way. Next, he attacked the other Buddhist monk. What ancient great god! You're just a fart in my eyes. The Buddhist monk was not weak. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling's foundation and heritage were terrifying. Even among the lower gods, he was unique. He had reached a level that made people's hair stand on end. Boom! Lin Ling punched out, breaking the bowl that the Buddhist monk threw out. Then, he punched the latter's bald head. I don't care if you're reincarnated Buddhas or gods. You're so shameless. Even a dog is better than you. After attacking, Lin Ling showed no mercy. He punched and kicked, causing the entire bamboo forest to shake. In the eyes of the ancient great gods, he was like an ancient giant beast. His punches and kicks were filled with boundless Tao. In the end, the 2 Buddhas were beaten black and blue. And this was because Lin Ling was giving face to Yu Yu. Otherwise, he would have sent them back to their homes. Bang! Bang! Lin Ling threw the 2 bald donkeys into the clear spring. He said coldly, if I see you climb out of the spring before I leave, I'll send you back to the chaos realm. Inside the clear spring, the 2 monks didn't dare to speak. Even though they were the saviors of the world, they were like drowning dogs at this moment. Moreover, not only did they not dare to speak, they didn't even dare to climb out of the clear spring. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would kill them and waste a chance at life. Brother Ling, he's the reincarnation of a Buddha god. Yu Yu watched as Lin Ling violently attacked. When Lin Ling came back, Yu Yu couldn't help but complain. I really don't need to give any face to these bald donkeys. There are millions of Buddhas, but it doesn't mean that anyone can become a Buddha. A true Buddha wouldn't do such despicable things. Lin Ling said with a smile. He sat down beside Yu Yu and the others and condensed a fishing rod with his divine essence. He also caught a fish. Of course, his gaze swept over the 2 Buddhist monks from time to time. They were so scared that they wanted to run away several times, but in the end, they did not dare to come out. His wretched appearance caused the experts in the distance to laugh out loud once more. Dao fish, Dao pond. Of course, Lin Ling also looked at the misty clear spring from time to time. He had a vague feeling that this clear spring was formed from the great Tao comprehended by that ancient giant god who fused with the Tao realm. He estimated that there were many such springs in the entire Tao realm. The hazy clear spring was like the moon in the water. Lin Ling quietly watched and gradually became immersed in it. He felt as if he was running in the beautiful river of time. Everything around him was like a white horse galloping through a crack. The great battle of gods created heaven and earth. Time quietly passed just like that. Brother Ling. Only when a soft voice came over did Lin Ling return to normal. His eyes flashed as he looked to the side. He saw Yu Yu and An Yuer looking at him with a smile, and they had already caught many Dao fish in their hands. Lin Ling, what happened to you just now? I saw you staring at the Dao pond in a daze. Could it be that you had some enlightenment? An Yuer asked curiously. It's nothing. I just encountered some strange phenomenon. Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His eyes looked back at the Dao pond again, but he found that he couldn't find the same feeling as before. I'm guessing that Brother Ling encountered his own fortuitous encounter in the Dao pond. Yu also smiled at the side. Because Brother Ling has been looking at it for 3 days already. 3 days. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He then checked his body and was shocked to find that his step of wisdom's power had increased greatly without him noticing, reaching the immemorial grade. And last time, when Lin Ling's soul power had increased greatly, his step of wisdom had reached the peak of the grand beginner grade. Now, it had finally reached a new level. Domain. But what shocked Lin Ling was that although the step of wisdom had increased, his soul power didn't increase much this time. Lin Ling, let's go back. Yu said to Lin Ling at this time. Lin Ling nodded and looked at the Dao pond again. He felt that he should try it again when he had time, hoping that he could find the same feeling as before. Then, he left the bamboo forest with Yu and the others. The 2 Buddhist monks had already run away. Of course, Lin Ling didn't have time to pay attention to them. Let's go to the miasma to have a look. Bai Shui, Su Nu, Shengyi, and the others have all gone in. I wonder if they've come out now. After leaving the bamboo forest, Lin Ling led Yu and the others in the direction of the miasma. And that direction was where Lin Ling and the others had first come. It was also the place where most of the ancient great gods had gathered on the island. Look, that newcomer is here. A few of his friends have entered the miasma. Could it be that he's going to the miasma as well? Before he went in, Du Dao Star Lord was waiting for him. When the ancient great gods saw Lin Ling, they all started to talk about him. Now, Lin Ling was quite famous on the island. Although his strength was not comparable to an intermediate celestial, he was one of the top lower celestials. Moreover, Lin Ling had the support of a powerful intermediate celestial, so ordinary intermediate celestials didn't dare to provoke him. Lin Ling heard the discussion around him, but he didn't pay attention to it. He looked into the distance. There, the light of treasures soared into the sky, forming a large area of clouds and mist. And in that area, there was a path out of the island. Looking at the edge of the clouds and mist, the rolling river water hid a large number of ancient great crocodiles. It seems that Bai Shui, Su Nu, and the others still haven't come out. Lin Ling guessed. I heard that Du Dao Star Lord has reached the 7th level. He's 2 levels away from leaving the island completely. TSK, he's the first person in 1,000 years. The 7th level, this means that Du Dao Star Lord's strength has reached a terrifying level. He's really invincible among lower celestials. It's impossible to be invincible. I heard that in other places, there are lower celestials who have walked out of the 9th level of the miasma. But Du Dao Star Lord is one of the best among lower celestials. He deserves his reputation. Chapter 4580. At this moment, the sound of heavy footsteps came from the front, causing the entire sky to fall silent. Then, a thin and weak man in a loose robe walked over with a smile on his face. I've finally passed the 7th level. If not for the lack of divine essence, I might have been able to pass the 8th level. The man's smile was very amiable. If one did not know him, they would have a good impression of him at first glance. However, those who knew him knew that he was despicable and shameless. He did not show any mercy. This was because he was Calamity Traversing Star Lord. He walked over with a smile and swept his gaze. Many ancient great gods subconsciously avoided his gaze. Clearly, many people had suffered greatly at his hands over the years on the island. However, he was very strong and had some backing. As a result, some middle-level gods who were stronger than him did not dare to provoke him. There's a new face. You must be a newcomer. Huh, I'm Calamity Traversing Star Lord. Greetings, ancient great gods. Suddenly, Calamity Traversing Star Lord's gaze landed on a few people. They were none other than Lin Ling. As Lin Ling and company were newcomers, Calamity Traversing Star Lord did not recognize them. Are we familiar with you? At this moment, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His words stunned Calamity Traversing Star Lord. He was surprised that the newcomer did not give him any face. Calamity Traversing Star Lord, this youth is the person you challenged in the fog. At this moment, the surrounding ancient great gods spoke. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the two monks were already hiding in the crowd. Furthermore, they had malicious looks on their faces. This was because Calamity Traversing Star Lord was like a calamity. As long as one was targeted by him, any ancient great god would be unlucky. 3 days ago, the newcomer had bullied them so badly. Now, they could personally witness the calamity that befell the newcomer. You are the newcomer who defeated 10 people in a row? It's an honor to meet you. Calamity Traversing Star Lord reacted. He had seen Lin Ling and the other newcomers, but he did not expect them to be the people who had caused the island to be in an uproar. I already said that I'm familiar with you. Lin Ling looked at Star Lord Do Adversity indifferently. He did not act courteously just because of Star Lord Do Adversity's politeness. This was because even though Do Adversity Star Sovereign was all smiles, Lin Ling could see a sinister glint in his eyes. This glint was hidden very well, but Lin Ling was very knowledgeable. He knew that this kind of person prioritized benefits. On the surface, they were polite to you, but they could stab you in the back at any time. In addition, Star Lord Du Xing's reputation was very bad. This explained everything even more. We're both ancient great gods and cannon fodder under the world will. We're not familiar with each other, but we're also familiar with each other. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign smiled and didn't mind Lin Ling's rudeness. He continued, "Oh right, I said that I wanted to spar with you not long ago. It's rare for us to meet, so why don't we do it now? Don't worry, we're both ancient gods of the same era. I won't be too harsh on you." After he finished speaking, he looked at Miao Tan and the other monk and said, "Miao Tan, take out your Dao realm fragments. Take as many as you have." Okay. The two monks hurriedly nodded and took out a lot of Dao realm fragments. Star Lord Du Xing took them. I have about 500 Dao realm fragments here. How about this? If you win, they're all yours. If you lose, I don't want so many Dao realm fragments. I only want 300. What do you think? Although Star Lord Du Xing seemed to be taking care of Lin Ling, in fact, he was forcing Lin Ling into a corner. Everyone can bear witness to this matter. I believe that the Dao realm will preside over this battle fairly. Before Lin Ling could speak, Star Lord Du Xing spoke again. Throughout the entire process, he didn't ask for Lin Ling's opinion at all. In addition, he had a smile on his face. If it was a real newcomer, it would be difficult for them to refuse in consideration of their reputation. Unfortunately, he met Lin Ling. Lin Ling really didn't give him any face. Of course, if the other party wanted to give him Dao realm fragments, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Therefore, Lin Ling remained silent. However, in the eyes of the ancient great gods, Lin Ling was being forced into a corner and there was no possibility of him refusing. This newcomer is also very strong. However, compared to Star Lord Du Xing, he's still weaker. Most importantly, he actually agreed. This means that he has to hand over the 200 Dao realm fragments that he won previously. He might even have to pay 100 of them. There's a good show to watch. Many ancient great gods laughed mockingly. They had witnessed Lin Ling's battle and Star Lord Du Xing's battle. In all fairness, they felt that Star Lord Du Xing's strength was stronger. Alright, since this senior has agreed, let's fight. Don't worry, this is just a spar. I won't fight to the death. Moreover, both you and I will benefit greatly from the battle between the two ancient great gods. Star Lord Du Xing said politely. However, his words were pleasant to the ears. Even if he won, he wouldn't kill Lin Ling. If it was someone else, this would also allow the other party to let go of the shackles in their heart and not have too many misgivings. Of course, only the scheming ancient great gods knew that these words actually had the taste of bewitching the enemy. This was because in a battle between two people, if they didn't have the mentality of killing their opponent, then the one with a relaxed mentality would be the easiest to lose. After all, if they felt that they wouldn't die, then they wouldn't use 120% of their strength when they attacked. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and understood the effect of Star Lord Du Xing's words. Star Lord Du Xing was indeed a powerful ancient great god. Not only was he strong, but he also knew how to use psychological tactics. The most terrifying thing was that even if it affected the opponent wouldn't know and would still be grateful to Star Lord Du Xing. Alright, let's focus on the spar. I also want to see how much my strength has increased. Without any nonsense, rolling divine energy appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body. In just a few months, his strength had increased greatly, and he wanted to find a testing stone to test his strength. Senior, you have to be careful. Star Lord Du Xing laughed and politely called him senior, giving Lin Ling enough face. However, he didn't show any mercy in his attack. He erupted with terrifying divine energy, and a sword appeared in his hand. Tens of thousands of rays of light flickered, and the heavenly abyss split open, and the long river of time appeared. In an instant, he disappeared. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Lin Ling, and a fierce sword slashed down like the river of time. This sword didn't look fast, but it was very powerful. It locked onto Lin Ling, and Lin Ling felt that there was nowhere to hide. At this moment, Lin Ling also felt a total of 250,000 rays of divine energy suppressing him. 200,000 rays of divine energy in one attack, even stronger than the Mao Shan immortal ancestor and the others. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He knew that Star Lord Du Xing could make the great gods fear him. Besides his despicable and shameless character, there was also his strength. Whoosh! Chapter 4581. After Lin Ling became a lower deity, he had fought countless lower deities. However, this Du Star Sovereign was the strongest one he had met. He was definitely stronger than Lord Ning and the rest. Bang! Lin Ling's arm trembled as he activated all his strength. Ka. However, the sword in the sky continued to press down like a river of time. Lin Ling found it difficult to lift his sword. Newcomer, you should use your full strength. Otherwise, you will lose. Du Star Sovereign sneered. Suddenly, his divine power increased to 300,000. The setting sun was like blood as a demonic red light illuminated the entire sky. The arrival of this terrifying divine power increased the pressure on Lin Ling. He shouted angrily, "First stage." After the first stage of talent fusion, Lin Ling's strength increased greatly. The suppressed sword also slowly rose and slashed towards the sky. I've used my true strength, but it's still not enough. Du Star Sovereign was shocked when he saw this. He shouted, "Moon stairs." The strength of the sword in his hand increased explosively again, the divine force breaking through large characters, crazily surging to 300,000 lines, powerfully suppressing downwards. Rumble. The entire island swayed slightly at this moment. Countless ancient gods' faces changed slightly. Newcomer, you won't lose just like this, right? After the sword pressed down, Du Star Sovereign laughed sinisterly as if he had obtained 300 Dao realm fragments. It's still early. Lin Ling sensed that Du Star Sovereign's talent had reached the 4th grade. He had hidden it well. No wonder he could dominate among the lower deities. Second stage. Lin Ling's strength increased again. Especially his physical strength, it increased even more. He slashed across the sky and reversed the situation. Rumble. The sky was blood-red. Time seemed to have been sliced apart by the sword. What a powerful physical strength. Is that the killing steps? It is indeed as fierce as the rumors say. Duda Star Sovereign laughed and increased his divine power to 350,000. He pressed down with a terrifying force. Scram. Looking at the invisible slash of time, Lin Ling knew that although this slash seemed invisible, it was actually very powerful. However, Lin Ling did not stop here. Facing the 350,000 strands of divinity, he activated his third phase talent and used the purest physical strength to resist. Boom! The ferocious power of the corporeal body caused the ground to crack open as it brought Lin Ling into the sky. It broke through the endless shackles and finally clashed with the sword of Du Adversity Star Sovereign. Boom! Boom! The collision of the two swords, a terrifying shockwave of divine essence power exploded out unstoppably. The two silhouettes were like ancient beasts as they stared at each other in the air. The first wave of confrontation had also ended. Newcomer, your strength is not bad. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign revealed a smile. He seemed friendly, but his eyes were cold. Your strength is not bad. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. However, the 300 Dao realm pieces are mine in the end. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign said again. When he said this, his eyes were filled with killing intent. In the beginning, he said that this was a spar and that even if he won, he would not kill Lin Ling. He said this to make Lin Ling careless, but who knew that Lin Ling would not be fooled at all. Now, he also had the intention to kill. It is too early to decide now. At this moment, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. Suddenly, countless silhouettes of Lin Ling appeared on the ground and in the sky. They punched out with terrifying strength and hit Lin Ling's sword. Ding! Dang! Ear-piercing sounds rang out at the same time. These were the clones of the real body. Fellow cultivator, let me help you. These clones had the strength of a late-stage lower deity. Their physical strength was also incomparably strong. After they attacked, they instantly suppressed Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign. This caused Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's expression to change drastically. His arms were also trembling from the powerful physical strength. Such a change caused the eyes of the ancient great deities below to narrow. They did not expect this newcomer to have such a trump card. During the previous 10 consecutive battles, he did not explode with such a trump card. One should know that Lin Ling's physical strength had increased greatly. After the third stage of the talent fusion, his physical strength had reached the strength of 10 million worlds. With such terrifying strength, it would not be difficult for him to destroy any lower deity. In addition to the 3,000 clones, it was no wonder that Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign, who had a fourth stage middle deity divine embryo, could not withstand it. Crack! Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's arms trembled even more violently. The sound of his bones reaching their limits could be heard continuously. However, suddenly, he shouted angrily, "Primordial true step, step of the steps." With this voice, a strange energy suddenly erupted. It was extremely primitive. The energy that landed on Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's sword suddenly had the power of the Great Tao. Crack! 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 The sword that had been suppressed by Lin Ling to the point of trembling suddenly had its aura greatly increased. It actually rebounded with a powerful physical strength. This strength had reached the strength of 8 million worlds. Although it was not as strong as Lin Ling's, one should know that the sword was suppressed with the power of 350,000 strands of divinity. With the two types of strength superimposed, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's sword instantly began to suppress it. This also caused Lin Ling's eyes to flash fiercely. The steps of the gods, and it was also a sealing-type technique? However, Lin Ling immediately discovered that his physical strength was still present. It was just that for some unknown reason, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's physical strength had suddenly skyrocketed. Could it be that Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's steps of the gods have the power to replicate my strength? Or is it related to his talent? Right, since the start of the battle, he has not unleashed the power of his talent. It is likely that the steps of the gods are related to his talent. It is a steps of the gods born from his talent. Several thoughts flashed through Lin Ling's mind in an instant. However, at this moment, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign slashed horizontally, slicing through the void and forcing Lin Ling to fly backward. At the same time, all of his clones were killed with a single slash. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign's strength had now doubled by borrowing Lin Ling's strength. No lower god could withstand a single strike from him, unless it was Lin Ling. What terrifying strength! The expressions of all the ancient great gods changed drastically. Powerful talent, power of divinity that surpassed those of the same realm, and now, that terrifying physical strength. Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign was indeed an expert that could reach the 8th level of the fog barrier. Hee, newcomer, you forced me to do this. Now that I have your physical strength, let's see how you will fight me. Standing in the sky, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign laughed loudly. His laughter caused the entire island to shake again. On the island, other than the middle gods, all the lower gods were breathing heavily. They looked at Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign as though they were looking at the strongest lower god emperor. What powerful strength! Brother Ling has always been a top lower god expert. However, Calamity Traversing Star Sovereign is not any weaker than Brother Ling. Chapter 4582. At this moment, Lin Ling was floating in midair. If one looked carefully, one would notice that a corner of his robe had been cut off. If he hadn't retreated quickly, then Star Monarch Calamity's attack would have injured him as well. He stared at the Star Lord, his eyes flickering. No one knew what he was thinking. Cross-adversity Star Sovereign, your god's steps seem powerful, but in reality, the steps can only replicate physical strength, right? Lin Ling suddenly spoke. Hearing this, the Star Lord's eyes flashed, but he did not speak. And this god's steps can't replicate 100% of one's strength. It's only 80% now. Lin Ling continued, this means that if you meet other lesser gods, as long as their physical strength is not strong, your god's steps will be very ordinary. Ha, newcomer, I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to see through my god's steps in such a short time. At this time, the Star Lord finally spoke. There are many types of god steps in the sealing system. My god steps are at the dominator level and can only seal physical strength. However, do you think the sealing system's god steps are easy to see? Let me tell you, among all the god steps, only the sealing system is the most terrifying. Among them, the soul system is the most terrifying. For example, your steps of killing may seem ferocious, but as long as one's divine strength surpasses yours by several times, they can still easily suppress it. Alright, I've said all that needs to be said. Now, you're going to lose. Your physical strength is equal to mine. Although you have 7 great talents, I have a 4th grade divine fetus. Most importantly, your divine strength is inferior to mine. Die. Without wasting any more words, the Star Lord raised his sword and shot at Lin Ling. Heaven abyss opened again. Blood light filled the sky. There was blood light rising as if it was swallowing the essence of heaven and earth. With the addition of physical strength, the sword was clearly more terrifying than before. A ray of red light shot at Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast, causing many ancient gods to hold their breaths. They knew that this battle was about to end. The newcomer was about to be eliminated, and the result was death. Dao realm cultivators had 3 chances to die, each of which was extremely precious. If all 3 chances were used up, then they would truly die and enter the underworld cycle of reincarnation. At that time, whether or not they could reincarnate again would be a problem. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, no one wanted to die and waste a chance to live. Of course, if one was close to death and wanted to enter the Dao realm after being taken away by a Dao realm cultivator, they would appear in the same place again. This meant that if they wanted to kill their opponent, they only needed to wait. As long as they did not leave, their opponent would have no hope of entering Dao initiation realm. Of course, this kind of situation would only happen when one's father was killed. Under normal circumstances, no one would waste time waiting for the opponent to come back. Moreover, his opponent had died twice in a row. The third time he returned, he would definitely be careful. If he did not return, the people in the Dao realm would not be able to do anything. This newcomer is dead for sure this time. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord seems easy to talk to, but in reality, he is merciless. Even if the newcomer has no enmity with the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord still wants to kill him, not to mention that the Cross-Calamity Star Lord almost lost. Looking at the sky, many people secretly said. They knew that the newcomer would have to use up one of his 3 chances to live. However, Lin Ling was still standing in the sky, his gray robe fluttering in the wind. Although it looked dazzling, no one believed that Lin Ling could fight against the Cross-Calamity Star Lord. The reason he did not act was probably because he was unwilling to waste the chance to save his life in the Dao realm. He was also unwilling to lose the Dao realm fragment, so he was hesitating. Die. Of course, the Cross-Calamity Star Lord did not care about that and slashed with his sword. Clang! At this moment, Lin Ling finally attacked with a seemingly ordinary slash. Boom! However, this slash blocked the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's attack. After a ferocious force hit the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, the bloody light in the sky cracked. How is this possible? The Cross-Calamity Star Lord let out an angry roar as the sword in his hand slashed out crazily. However, he could not make Lin Ling move an inch. His gray robe fluttered in the sky. Lin Ling held his sword with one hand like an immovable wisdom king. Who said that I don't have the power of divinity? Lin Ling said in a low voice. He had come to this battle for the sake of experimenting. Therefore, he had initially wanted to see the limits of his physical strength and what kind of strength he could resist. Then, he would test out the power of God. Now, it was time for him to experiment with the power of divinity. Ka ka ka. Lin Ling's power of divinity began to soar and gradually reached 250,000. And this was the basic power of divinity. But now, he had a third-stage talent fusion and was the gray-robed Lin Ling. Therefore, his power of divinity crazily reached 330,000. It was only 20,000 less than the Cross-Calamity Star Lord, but Lin Ling's physical strength was stronger than the Cross-Calamity Star Lord's. Ka ka ka. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord's sword began to bend and could not block Lin Ling's sword. Looking from the ground, the scene was extremely spectacular. Lin Ling's sword suppressed the Cross-Calamity Star Lord into a disadvantage and was in an extremely sorry state. At this moment, Lin Ling raised his head and said coldly, "Your God's steps shouldn't be able to replicate my power of divinity. How can your power of divinity be so strong?" The Cross-Calamity Star Lord's long hair danced wildly and his expression was abnormally ugly. If this continued, he would definitely be defeated. Bastard! The Cross-Calamity Star Lord cursed, clearly unwilling to accept this. There's nothing to be unwilling about. My powerful domain has exceeded your imagination. Lin Ling said indifferently. His words were true because he was mainly experimenting in this battle and did not use any other methods. Otherwise, Lin Ling was confident that he could instantly defeat the Cross-Calamity Star Lord with just his speed. Alright, you win. I promise to give you 500 Dao Realm fragments. The Cross-Calamity Star Lord kept pondering and finally said with gritted teeth. 500 Dao Realm fragments was a huge sum of money. One might not have the chance to obtain it even in 100,000 years. It was the bargaining chip and capital to become stronger. Even a mid-level deity would feel heartache if they were asked to hand over 100 Dao realm fragments, let alone 500 Dao realm fragments. Even the cross-calamity Star Lord was defeated. This newcomer will probably be able to rush to the last level of the fog barrier. TSK, could he be thinking of becoming the strongest newcomer in the history of this island? I don't understand where this newcomer cultivated in the past and why he has such a strong foundation. If he reaches the mid-level deity realm, it's hard to imagine how strong he will be. On the ground, everyone was talking in a lively manner and had a deeper understanding of Lin Ling's strength. Moreover, no one was sure that the current strength was Lin Ling's full strength. Admit defeat? Chapter 4583. Of course, it was only to intimidate. When Lin Ling gradually recovered, he looked around and saw a man holding a sword standing behind Yu and An'Yuer. It was the Star Lord of Du Adversity. Despicable newcomer, you tricked me into a duel with you. You want my 500 Dao state fragments? Dream on. I haven't lost yet. The Star Lord of Du Adversity shouted hysterically. As the most despicable and shameless lower deity on the island, how could he submit so easily? For the sake of the Dao realm fragment, he was willing to do anything. Star Lord of Du Adversity. Seeing the Star Lord of Du Adversity's actions, the other deities exclaimed. This Star Lord of Du Adversity was indeed ruthless. He actually used hostages to threaten. Kill yourself and admit defeat. Otherwise, I'll kill them. The Star Lord of Du Adversity looked coldly at Lin Ling and said, You sacrificed one life each, but all three of them survived. You've taken advantage of me. Hurry up and kill yourself. As long as Lin Ling committed suicide, it would mean that he had won the duel with Lin Ling. At that time, he would be able to obtain 300 Dao state fragments. His words were like a reward to Lin Ling. 1 life in exchange for 3 lives. However, given his character, as long as Lin Ling dared to commit suicide, he might kill Yu and the other 2 in the blink of an eye. Yu and the other 2 weren't as strong as the Star Lord of Du Adversity. Naturally, they couldn't resist at all. At that moment, Lin Ling walked down step by step from the sky. His face was as cold as ice, and his aura was even more imposing. If you dare to take another step forward, don't blame me for being impolite. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't listen to him, the Star Lord of Du Adversity was furious. Kill me. Kill me if you dare. Let me tell you, if you dare to kill me, I can guarantee that there won't be a place for you to stay on this island. Not only will I kill you, but I'll also do nothing for the rest of my life except to guard this island. As long as you appear once, I'll kill you 3 times and you won't have the chance to reincarnate. Lin Ling's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a taboo wind that carried a strand of heartlessness that caused one's heart to tremble. When it entered the ears of Star Monarch Du Xing, it actually caused him to panic slightly. He had plotted against countless people in his life and killed countless ancient gods. However, he was still alive and well because he had a ruthless spirit. However, after meeting Lin Ling, this ruthless spirit suddenly became a little diffident. In fact, it wasn't just him. Even the ancient gods in the distance felt their hearts tremble. In his next life, he would do nothing but kill Star Lord Du Xing. Every time he saw him, he would kill him. This meant that Calamity Traverser Star Lord could no longer enter the Dao realm. He would die if he entered. Although Lin Ling had paid a great price by giving up the chance to leave the island and defending this place to the death, Lin Ling dared to do so and risk his life. This was the price of angering Lin Ling. Just like that, everyone watched as Lin Ling walked forward step by step. Cross-Calamity Star Lord didn't dare to act rashly. However, he wasn't a greenhorn in the end. He knew that by threatening Yu and the others, he had already formed a grudge with this newcomer. Stop right there and kill yourself immediately. Otherwise, I will immediately kill someone. After calming down, Cross-Calamity Star Lord shouted sinisterly. Either way, he would die. If he didn't do anything, not only would he lose 500 Dao Realm fragments, but he would also be completely killed. Moreover, if he let Yu and the others go, Lin Ling might not let him go. He would still lose 500 Dao Realm fragments. This time, Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. However, he wasn't far from the Cross-Adversity Star Lord. Earlier, you said that my killing steps can't compare to your sealing steps. How do you know that I only have the killing steps? Lin Ling said indifferently. What do you mean? Cross-Calamity Star Lord frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Ling was talking about. Compared to the God steps of the sealing path, your steps are simply inferior. Lin Ling said again. These words made Cross-Calamity Star Lord panic. Could Lin Ling also have the God steps of the sealing path? Kill yourself, now. Cross-Calamity Star Lord knew that he couldn't let Lin Ling live anymore. The longer he lived, the greater the pressure on him. Then, he planned to kill someone to make Lin Ling fear him. This was to make an example out of him. Die. He slashed his sword at Yu. Cardinal Grand Brahma punishment technique. However, at that moment, a furious roar resounded. Then, an extremely terrifying and mysterious power enveloped Cross-Calamity Star Lord's body. Not only did it seal his talent, but it also sealed most of his divine power. Right now, Lin Ling's step of wisdom had reached the immemorial level. The 6 realms of the steps of the gods were elementary, Dao Sense, Dominator, Grand Elementary, Ancient, and Grand Beginning, Eternal. Even in the era of the gods, there weren't many that had God stairs at the ancient level. Star Sovereign Du Dao's sword suddenly slowed down. Of course, he was still a powerful lower god, so he still slashed at Yu. Bang! But at this moment, an arm suddenly grabbed the sword. Then, Lin Ling was already standing in front of the Star Lord. The Stair of Wisdom had sealed Du Adversity Star Sovereign Strength. With Du Adversity Star Sovereign Strength, his sword would not be able to stop Lin Ling. Calamity Traversing Star Lord looked at Lin Ling, who was right in front of him, and his legs went soft. Why was it like this? He was clearly about to kill this woman, so why did more than half of his strength suddenly disappear? Divine Steps of the Sealing System. Suddenly, Calamity Traversing Star Lord reacted. He suddenly raised his head to look at Lin Ling and muttered, Soul System? You can die now. Lin Ling did not answer. His other hand slashed out fiercely with the intention of killing this ancient god. However, when his sword was about to approach Calamity Traversing Star Lord, a ferocious force erupted from the latter's body and forced Lin Ling to retreat. This force was 5-colored and very ancient. This was the power of the Dao realm. Obviously, the Dao realm had saved Calamity Traversing Star Lord when he was about to die and took him away. The 5-colored light enveloped Calamity Traversing Star Lord and took him up into the sky. It passed through the primordial energy and disappeared into the distance. I won't let you go. Although Calamity Traversing Star Lord did not die, his face was ferocious. This was because he had wasted his Dao realm energy for nothing. He only had 2 lives left. After all, the Dao realm outside the island was vast and boundless, with countless taboos. 3 lives might not even be enough, let alone 2. This meant that even if he could leave the island, he wouldn't be able to go very far outside of the island. Therefore, how could he not hate? I'll wait for your return. Lin Ling looked at the sky coldly and softly uttered a sentence. If he saw Calamity Traversing Star Lord again, he would kill him every time he saw him. At the same time, Lin Ling sensed that there were 500 more Dao realm fragments in his Dao regression celestial seat. He had won this battle completely. Moreover, he had a high chance of leaving the miasma and heading to an even more ancient world. Chapter 45-84 Brother Ling. Looking at Lin Ling walking over, Yu Yu and the rest rushed over, their faces full of guilt. If not for them, Lin Ling would not have been threatened like this. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. His eyes suddenly looked at the ancient gods and coldly said, "Today's matter will not be repeated. If anyone dares to bully my woman again, I will dare to kill you even if you are a mid-level god. You can doubt my words and try to test my patience, but I must warn you. Because your ending will not be good." A threat, a naked threat. However, the gods in the distance were silent. After killing the Calamity Crossing Star Lord, they already knew that on this island, no low-level god was Lin Ling's match. Seeing that no one spoke, Lin Ling led Yu Yu and the rest towards the miasma. After Lin Ling left, many ancient great gods began to discuss among themselves. With this guy's strength, I'm afraid he can walk out of the miasma. I don't know if he can walk out of the miasma, but reaching the 9th floor is something that is set in stone. Even the Calamity Crossing Star Lord could reach the 8th floor. Everyone was sure that Lin Ling could do it as well. Lin Ling. When Lin Ling approached the miasma, suddenly, a figure walked out in a very sorry state. It was Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu. Grandpa Treasure God. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but be delighted. "Huh, you finally came to the miasma." Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu came in front of Lin Ling and smiled. Then, he looked behind him and said, "This miasma is really something. I almost died inside." "Grandpa Treasure God, what's inside the miasma?" "Miasma, there are demons hidden in the miasma. It seems like a short distance, but it takes several days to walk. Moreover, the spiritual energy inside cannot be recovered. Especially after the 5th floor, the miasma is really not for humans." "Grandpa Treasure God, which floor are you at?" "The 5th floor. Not only are there many demons, the miasma is also poisonous. You can't stay in there for long. Most importantly, your spirit energy cannot be recovered. That is the biggest problem." "What about White Water Pure Maiden, Saint Guy and the rest? They should be able to walk out. Young Qilan's strength is similar to mine. It will be difficult." As he spoke, another figure walked out of the miasma. It was indeed young Qilan. At this moment, he looked exhausted. When he saw Lin Ling, he could not help but be delighted. "Lin Ling, Treasure God. Little Qilan, which level have you reached?" "The 7th floor. I couldn't hold on any longer, but I was rewarded with 70 Dao realm fragments after I came out." "There are rewards of Dao fragments?" Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu was shocked. He quickly checked his Dao reversion heaven seat and found that he had 50 Dao realm fragments. "Huh. To think that this miasma would reward so many Dao state fragments. If we were to enter again, wouldn't we be able to obtain Dao state fragments endlessly?" Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu said happily. "I don't think so. It should be the 1st floor, and then you can get it. There shouldn't be any rewards after that." Lin Ling shook his head. He did not think that there was such a good thing. White Water Pure Maiden and Saint Guy have not come out. They might have walked out of the island. "Grandpa Treasure God, I will go and take a look," Lin Ling said. "Okay, Lin Ling, you should be able to walk out of the island. We will wait for your good news." Treasure God Nan Wu Fengyu and the others smiled. Lin Ling looked at Yu Yu and gave a few words of advice. Now that he was famous on the island, he guessed that no one would dare to provoke Yu Yu. Therefore, he told Yu Yu and the rest to cultivate hard and try to walk out of the island as soon as possible. After that, he threatened the deities on the island again before walking forward. The miasma was the only way out of the island. Around the miasma was a rolling yellow ancient river. There were bubbles in the river from time to time, as if there were terrifying ancient beasts. It doesn't look long, but it will take a long time to walk through it. After a rough inspection, Lin Ling entered the miasma. As they watched Lin Ling disappear, the island began to burst into a flurry of discussions. I didn't expect this batch of newcomers to be the first to walk out of the miasma. More importantly, there is more than one person. Sigh, seeing a newcomer leave the island, I feel so bad. Let's cultivate hard. Cultivate hard. Now that more and more people are walking out of the island, I don't want to be trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Everyone felt the pressure, but they did not leave. They wanted to see if Lin Ling could walk out of the miasma in one go. Lin Ling, who entered the miasma, found that he had entered another version of the world. His surroundings were hazy and filled with blood-colored mist. The mist was very strange. It dispersed when it met people, as if it had a spirit. Buzz. 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 At that moment, countless ancient giant mosquitoes flew over, hiding in the blood-colored mist. It was terrifying. Get lost. Lin Ling shouted angrily. A powerful aura erupted, causing all the giant mosquitoes to retreat. Then, he moved and shot into the distance. His speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he reached the speed of 500,000 worlds. If he was in the void of Jianghu, he could easily go from the east to the west. However, this speed was useless. He still could not pass through the first level. Instead, in the distant sky, huge ancient giant mosquitoes flew over. They were majestic, and each of them was as big as a calf. It was very terrifying. The mosquito's mouth was like a sword. It was very sharp. If one was stabbed by these mosquito mouths, even a lower deity would be sucked dry. Get lost. However, Lin Ling was not the slightest bit afraid. He continuously threw punches. The ferocious strength smashed all the ancient giant mosquitoes that attempted to approach into meat paste. Even their mouths, which were as hard as swords, were forcefully broken. Get lost. Lin Ling did not stop. He waved his fists and rushed into the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes. In the blink of an eye, large amounts of debris fell from the sky. Those giant mosquitoes were all killed by Lin Ling's fists. However, just as he left the swarm of ancient giant mosquitoes, a large number of ancient giant mosquitoes appeared in front of him. Although these giant mosquitoes were not strong, they continued to exhaust Lin Ling's physical strength. It's probably because of the red blood-colored mist that I can't recover my essence, energy, and spirit. It's a pity that my essence, energy, and spirit are so huge. It's impossible to exhaust me in the first level. Lin Ling did not stop. He rushed forward like a cannonball. Finally, he rushed out of the first level. Even young Qilin and the others easily passed through the first level. Naturally, they could not stop Lin Ling. Rumble. The second level's mist barrier was yellow. It was very hot. It was as if one was in a volcano. Moreover, in the mist, the sky was filled with smoke and ashes, giving people a feeling of loneliness. As far as the eye could see, this place was vast and boundless. From time to time, the yellow mist would explode. Moreover, it was a big explosion that appeared out of nowhere. It looked very dangerous. Chapter 4585. Rumble. Deafening noises sounded around Lin Ling, but powerful divine essence appeared on the surface of Lin Ling's body, protecting him within. In Lin Ling's estimation, the power brought by these explosions was as much as 50,000 strands of divinity. Of course, this kind of power, most lesser gods could block it. But the terrifying thing was that these explosions were endless unless one could reach the end. The first level looked at the overall strength. The second level probably looked at the density of one's divine essence. Lin Ling also instantly had a guess in his mind. Unfortunately, the density of his divine essence was gathered from 7 dantians. Whether it was the age of gods or the ancient era, in terms of the density of divine essence at the same level, who but him could compare? Rumble. Ignoring the explosions around him, Lin Ling patiently charged forward. Boom! After an unknown amount of time, a huge vortex appeared in the yellow mist, rolling and spinning, forming a huge explosion that could destroy the heavens and earth. The power of this explosion also reached the power of 100,000 strands of divinity. Looking over, spots of light appeared in the entire fog sea. Then, a terrifying shock wave erupted, connecting the entire second level of fog barrier. If it was a weaker lesser god here, they would definitely die. Swoosh! 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 However, in the terrifying explosion, a figure flew past like a kite. It was Lin Ling. There's really no end to it. Lin Ling shook his head. This kind of explosion naturally couldn't hurt him, but it wasted his time, and of course, it also consumed a bit of his essence, energy, and spirit. Without hesitation, Lin Ling still charged forward. He had reached the third level. The moment Lin Ling appeared on the third level, he saw endless green fog spread throughout the entire space. In the distance was an ancient forest. These ancient trees were uprooted from the ground, towering into the clouds, but they were silent. Lin Ling stepped on a huge ancient tree, not moving at all, his eyes looking into the distance. He was waiting for the danger of this level. However, it was still quiet in front of him. There were no explosions, nor were there any ancient giant mosquitoes. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that there was a winding path in the distance. Whoosh! At this moment, a bird flew out from the silent forest in the distance and flew into the distance. This made Lin Ling frown slightly. Buzz buzz buzz. Next, countless birds flew out from the seemingly quiet ancient forest and soared into the sky. It was a majestic sight. It seems like some kind of danger is approaching. Looking at the sky full of birds, Lin Ling's eyes flashed slightly. Roar! After waiting for an entire moment, a deafening roar finally resounded from afar. After that, an enormous figure silently appeared within the hazy green mist. This figure was enormous like a divine mountain within the green mist. It was too big. It was one of the biggest demonic beasts Lin Ling had ever seen. Moreover, a pair of blood-red eyes were faintly discernible within the fog. They were like two bright lights in the vast ocean. What is this? Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as curiosity rose in his heart. Bang bang bang. The ground began to shake and even more startled birds took flight. Amidst the hazy mist, the enormous figure became even clearer. Bear. It was actually an ancient giant bear. It was the first time Lin Ling had seen such an enormous figure. In comparison, Lin Ling's body was only as big as the ancient giant bear's eyes. Is this the difficulty of the third level? Lin Ling was slightly surprised. However, he still stood on the giant tree and looked at the enormous giant bear from afar. Bang bang bang. Although the ancient giant bear looked enormous, its speed was not slow and it did not seem cumbersome. It looked at Lin Ling with contempt as its blood-red eyes emitted a demonic glow. Lin Ling stood on the leaves without moving at all. It was as if he was one with the ancient tree on the ground. Roar! When it saw Lin Ling's appearance, the ancient giant bear roared loudly. A frightening sound wave charged out like a wild wind, causing Lin Ling's long hair and long robe to flutter. However, his body still did not move an inch. This completely infuriated the ancient giant bear. The might of the ancient giant bear was not enough to intimidate him. The ancient giant bear swept its claws fiercely. The terrifying air wave caused the ancient trees on the ground to rise and tumble in the sky like straw. It was terrifying. Bang! Lin Ling raised his hand to block. All the towering ancient trees around him rose into the sky as if gravity had disappeared. Only the ancient pine tree under Lin Ling's feet remained unscathed. Swoosh! However, in the next moment, Lin Ling seemed to have been hit by a cannonball. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. His momentum did not stop as he continued to fly backward. Bang bang bang. Looking at the ground again, it was as if a dragon was gliding on the ground, dragging a long shadow as dust billowed and spread. And this was Lin Ling. Boom! Several large mountains in the distance were also penetrated by Lin Ling. Finally, he stopped at the bottom of an ancient mountain that rose from the ground. Crack crack crack. However, cracks appeared on the mountain and it collapsed with a rumble. Roar roar roar. In the distance, the huge ancient bear stood up. Its huge bare arms waved at the sky and let out the most primitive roar. It was as if it had won in the most primitive battle between wild beasts. It was the king of ancient times. However, had it won? Obviously, it was impossible. First stage. A soft voice suddenly came from the huge gravel in the distance. Boom! The gravel exploded and a figure shot out like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the ancient giant bear. Next, a fist that seemed small but carried a destructive force smashed out violently. Roar! However, the ancient giant bear was also very powerful. When it noticed the figure approaching, its huge bear claws also swept out violently. Of course, it obviously did not gain any advantage this time. That was because the ferocious fist swept out like a gust of wind and sent the ancient giant bear flying. Bang bang bang. The ground was shaking. A huge figure glided along the ground and stirred up the heaven and earth. It's only the third level. Even young Lin and the rest passed it. How can I be defeated here? At most, you can only exhaust a little of my stamina. That's all. Lin Ling, who was floating in the sky, shook his head and said. In an instant, he disappeared from where he was. Boom boom boom. The ground shook. Lin Ling attacked crazily to suppress the giant bear, causing the green fog to swirl due to the huge impact. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed at this moment. After a long time, a figure walked along the ground like a wandering hero and also like an ancient god that had returned from ancient times. Bang! Not far behind this person, a huge figure finally crashed down like an island. The fourth level. This person said as he walked. He raised his eyes and looked into the distance. He wanted to know how many ancient giant beasts were hidden in this ancient Tao realm. He had finally reached the fourth level. It was actually a world in the water. Countless ancient giant crabs surrounded and attacked. All of them had the strength of a late-stage lower deity and were extremely powerful. Chapter 4586. The fourth level's misty world clearly affected Lin Ling's battle strength to a certain extent. However, Lin Ling still managed to reach the fifth level without a hitch. Everything was as Treasure God Grandpa had said. From the fifth level onwards, the mist already carried a fatal attack. The fifth level was dusky, as if it was an abandoned land of the mortal world. It was like an evil land after the creation of heaven and earth. Even an ancient great god could not survive here because there was a terrifying sandstorm here. This sandstorm was mixed with the sharp power of God. It blew past and constantly pierced people's bodies. Puff puff puff. Lin Ling looked at his body constantly being pierced. Grains of sand shot into his body and he frowned. I have to find the end as soon as possible. Lin Ling knew why Treasure God Nan Wufengyu failed. Because after reaching the fifth level, he had used up a lot of his essence energy. Now, he had to constantly be on guard against the sandstorm. If his spirit energy was not thick enough, he would definitely fall here. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling moved against the wind. But more and more sand shot into his body. This sand was able to pierce through the protection of divine essence and was extremely powerful. And as more and more sand piled up, Lin Ling also felt his weight crazily increase. It was as if he was dragging hundreds of mountains forward. Bang bang bang. At this time, a huge shadow appeared in front of him. It was actually jumping along the desert. When it got closer, Lin Ling discovered that it was a strange monster. The reason why it was strange was because this monster was not only huge, but also round like a ball. Its surface had a large number of spikes. Fins. Searching his mind, Lin Ling could not think of what this monster looked like. The only thing that left the deepest impression was that it was very similar to a pufferfish. A pufferfish? And then it jumped in the desert like a balloon? Lin Ling's eyes were opened. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two sides fought. In the end, Lin Ling emerged victorious and passed through the 5th level. And at this moment, on the island, countless people were looking in the direction of the fog barrier. They could see layers upon layers of fog drifting about, and among them, the last layer of fog was the most conspicuous. But after a long time, it finally calmed down. Previously, the last layer of the miasma was constantly changing, and now it's changing again. It seems that both of them have walked out of the miasma. I'm so envious. They are rookies. They managed to walk out of the fog barrier the moment they arrived on the island. This batch of rookies is really impressive. There's a third person now. I wonder if he can make it out of the miasma. Discussions were heard everywhere. Many of the ancient great gods were extremely envious. That was because some ancient gods had been trapped here for tens of thousands of years. Some had even been trapped here for 100,000 years. How could they not want to leave? After all, leaving the island represented a kind of affirmation. However, even though they had painstakingly cultivated for many years, they were still lacking just a little bit. On the contrary, they often saw people walking out of the island. It was as if they had been ruthlessly stabbed in the heart by a sword. And now, the third person was also very likely to walk out of the island. This could be considered as the first batch of ancient gods to walk out of the island after so many years. As for the third person, it was Lin Ling. Whitewater Pure Maiden, Saint Guy, and the others have all left. Whitewater Pure Maiden is a medium god. If she can walk out, it means that she is stronger than ordinary medium gods. As for Saint Guy, although he is a lower god, he is a freak. The rest is up to Lin Ling. Yu and the others were also looking at the miasma. They were very happy. Look, the 6th level's miasma is glowing. The clouds are filled with lightning and thunder. This means that Brother Ling has reached the 6th level. Suddenly, Yu shouted in joy. This kid has reached the 5th level. Not bad. Treasure God Nan Wufengyu and young Qilin looked at each other. They were somewhat excited. Although they knew that Lin Ling would definitely reach the 8th level, seeing Lin Ling reach the 6th level with their own eyes, they could not help but feel excited. The 6th level. At this moment, many ancient great gods were also looking at the miasma. The miasma was layered and distributed according to color, so it was very easy to distinguish. Moreover, it was not difficult to guess who had reached the 6th level. After all, Du Dao Star Lord had reached the 8th level. It would not be difficult for that newcomer. And this made them even more envious. On the 6th level, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Lin Ling also used the 2nd stage of innate fusion. After a long time, Lin Ling reached the 7th level. In this level of miasma, there was not only thunder, but also heat and violence. The 3rd stage of innate fusion appeared. Du Dao Star Lord had also barely passed this level. The latter had failed on the 8th level, but Lin Ling was stronger. So, after a long time, he had reached the 8th level. After reaching the 8th level, Lin Ling had expended a lot of energy. One had to know that Du Dao Star Lord had failed on the 8th level because he did not have enough energy. She's here on the 8th floor, but I didn't see Saint Guy. He probably left. Whitewater Pure Maiden is a common god, so she's definitely in more trouble than a lesser god. That being said, I'm guessing that she left as well. Of course, Saint Guyi is the smoothest. With the Donghuang bell, he doesn't have to do anything. Standing in the sky of the 8th level, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Even with his strength, he felt a little exhausted. And the 8th level's threat was the suction force. This suction force came from the miasma of heaven and earth. This place was like the great wilderness. It was also like the most unstable Huanyu great world before the heavens and earth were created. Life's reincarnation, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. So, the miasma here had the power to turn any god into nothingness. Lin Ling was full of killing intent. Using the 3rd stage of innate fusion, he rushed into the distance. He was going all out to resist the power of the great wilderness. But the great wilderness seemed endless. There was nothing here, only endless miasma. It made one feel as if they were not moving forward at all. Clearly, this was not only a dangerous place, but also a test of a martial artist's state of mind. However, Lin Ling was a calm person. He did not care about any changes and moved forward bravely. He knew that as long as he rushed in one direction, he would definitely be able to walk out of here. After all, the miasma was only a path to God. This path would not be long. After a long time, when Lin Ling was covered in wounds, he finally walked out of the 8th level. Looking at his body, there was not a single piece of intact skin. Bones were exposed in many places. On the left side of his face, there was a skeletal eye. It added a touch of fear and evil. The 9th level. Almost at the same time, countless ancient gods on the island exclaimed. The 9th level. As long as he passed it, he would walk out of the island and step into a new world. Fail, he must fail. No one knew what was on the 9th level, but everyone was cursing Lin Ling's failure. They did not want to see the 3rd ancient god walking out of the island. It would be too great a blow to them. These guys.